go.
start the, okay.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
All right, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this Tampa City Council workshop virtual meeting to order. All right, if we could have a moment of silence, please. All right, thank you very much. If you would join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, may I have roll call, please?
Vieira.
Here.
Booth.
Here.
Carlson.
Here.
Kingfelder.
Here.
Citro.
Here.
Miranda.
Here.
Maniscalco.
Here. All right, Mr. Shelby, would you like to go now, or would you like me to make that announcement of the email that I received from the Chief of Staff?
Please, if I can make my announcement first, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, City Council. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Because of the COVID-19 state of emergency, this virtual workshop meeting of the City Council is being held in accordance with the declarations and provisions of the Governor's Executive Order 20-69, as extended by 20-150, and as of last night by EO 20-179, and also by City Council Resolution number 2020-25. Will be conducted by remote participation or teleconferencing, which is referred to by the state of Florida statutes and rules as communication media tech.
Muted.
The public has the opportunity to view this on cable TV and the internet. And because the meeting is being conducted with the use of CMT, the following alternative methods have been established for members of the public to offer public comment via the internet or web, by voicemail, by mail, or to speak remotely during public comment. Now, with regard to the items you have received in writing, they have been distributed to the council members, and they will be made part of the record when the items are received and filed. And there will come a point in time that people will be able to hear the recorded voicemail, and then people will have the opportunity to actually speak live remotely. Those people who have pre-registered, those instructions for the public are on the City Council's webpage at tampagov.net/public comment, one word. Also, Council, pursuant to your motion, as opposed to what it says on the agenda, public comment will be taken at the beginning of the meeting, not your usual in-person process where after each workshop, public comment is open. Everybody will have the opportunity to speak, but it will be at the start of the meeting. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Shelby. Before I begin, I received an email from Chief of Staff John Bennett regarding item number 4. He has requested that that item be moved to the first position after public comment because of situations beyond his control. If that's okay with council members, any council members wish to opine on that? All right, hearing none, that means that the Chief of Staff will go make a brief presentation after public comment, and then we'll go right into items number 1 and 2 and begin from there. Also, just a note, this is a virtual workshop meeting. There are quite a few items. My goal today is for us to conclude by 12:30. I know we do go longer, but if we could keep our comments concise and to the point and just try to keep this meeting going. All right, thank you very much. We now go into public comment. I believe we have clerk's office with live callers, which are standing by, and then we also have some pre-recorded messages. Also, there are, I believe, 2 speakers here for public comment, both with the ACLU, and they requested that they have a little bit extra time, so I'd like to give them an extra 2 minutes Those speakers are Jamie Clapholtz and another is a Mr. James Shaw. If we could give them 5 minutes each. Any discussion from council? Any comment on that? All right, hearing none. I don't know if the clerk has a timer that goes beyond 3 minutes. If not, I have a timer for 5 minutes. So when they speak, which they will be speaking live, I'll take care of the timing from there. All right, clerk, if you would like to begin with the public comment.
Yes, absolutely, Chair. The first public commenter we have is Connie Burton. Ms. Burton, if you could hear me, please unmute your phone and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Ms. Connie Burton.
Okay, I think we're still having technical issues on her end. We'll move on to Risasi Milima. I'm sorry if I messed up that name. If you
All
can
right.
unmute your phone, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Risasi Milima. I am an international presenter on cultural competence, diversity, and inclusion. I'm speaking today in support of the ordinance requiring the city to complete cultural bias, cultural competence, and implicit bias training. It is a recommendation that be done by external organization, a local external organization to the city, as the city is deciding whether to do that in-house. It is very important that it be done by a bona fide African-American advocacy group. And because if the city has already decided of how it will conduct this training and support it, then it is simply a continuation of plantation mentality and corporate misgivings. To work with individuals who really understand the process of colonial oppression and domination and the particular nuances that take place not only in Tampa but in Hillsborough County is vital to not only to the movement but vital to the success of the program. Although we certainly are aware that individuals inside the city may have the skills and ability, they would not have the autonomy and the objectivity that is required to lead such a very, very important training. Selecting a local group that knows the nuances will be uncomfortable, but it's time that these uncomfortable conversations be had so that the pain to reduce the trauma and the misgivings of the city of Tampa and the county will help move the process forward. I ask that the council adopt the ordinances put forth by the Restorative Justice Coalition and other groups that demand such a clear attention to the need for this important training. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Yes, next speaker we have is Kelly Benjamin.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Benjamin, please unmute your phone and you have 3 minutes.
Mr. Benjamin. All right, we'll go back to these names that we've called out and we've not heard from, so you will still get an opportunity to speak. If we could go to the next person then.
The next person we have is Zulima Ramos.
All right, go ahead.
Good morning, Mom. Am I being heard?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Zulima, and I'm with the Tampa Bay Housing Justice Committee. I've lived in this city almost my whole life. I got my degree here, and in that time, I have seen the Tampa Police Department, among others, harass, assault, and cage houseless Black, Brown, Indigenous, queer, disabled, and femme community members the entirety of that time. And because of this and other evidence, I am asking you all to support the restorative justice cultural competency version of this ordinance. Their version will require biannual training, and most training to be done in a classroom setting post-COVID, which is much more effective, and will call for the hiring of a training program run by a person of color outside instead of a creation of an internal program. And this program would actually comply with the charter amendment from months ago that was approved by 75% of Tampa residents surveyed. Also, the Restorative Justice Cultural Competency Program calls for stricter and more personalized training for first responders that is necessary if they are going to be equipped to safely assist all residents. So please support this version of the ordinance rather than an internal program until we completely abolish the police and make our communities safe. So please consider the safety of me and my community, and thank you all for your time today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is James Shaw. If he could unmute his phone, he has 5 minutes.
Go ahead, sir.
Good
Mr.
morning.
Shaw.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. I'm James Shaw. I am a practicing attorney. I practice downtown. I live in West Tampa. I'm currently the chair of the Greater Tampa chapter of the ACLU of Florida's legal panel. I also serve on the board of directors of the ACLU of Florida. I served on the board of directors of the Unitarian Universalist Church of Tampa and co-chaired the bylaws committee of the Hillsborough County Democratic Executive Committee. But right now, I just want to talk to you as a citizen of Tampa. I want to do some myth busting because there are some myths that about the city council's power. First off is that you cannot create a board with subpoena power, even if everybody thinks that it's a good idea, that you're just not able to do it. There's two bases for this myth. The first is that the Florida Supreme Court held this in D'Agostino versus City of Miami, 220 Southern 3rd, page 410. If you read that opinion, it does not say that. It says that the Police Bill of Rights only forbids a subpoena to the officer that is facing discipline. Everybody else is fair game. The D'Agostino case even acknowledged that a board can be created with subpoena power. It's just that one subpoena is not allowed. Everything else it is. The second basis for that myth is that the Berry versus Garcia case, 573 Southern 2nd, page 932, says that it just can't be done without authorizing legislation. That was only true for Miami, and it was only true between 1968 and 2001 when Miami adopted home rule powers. The reason for that is because in the 1885 Constitution, there was something called Dillon's Rule, which was that a municipality can't do anything unless specifically authorized to do it by statute. In the 1968 Constitution, it's home rule. You can do anything the state legislature can do except for some enumerated exceptions that don't apply here. So Miami was carved out of the 1968 Constitution, and that was what Berry versus Garcia held, that everybody else can do it except Miami. Miami had to update its charter in 2001 before it could. So that is an anachronistic case that no longer applies. We can do it. The second myth I want to talk about is that the update of the charter in 2019 has changed it so that you can't pass an ordinance involving a board at all. That's also not true. If you look at section 9.01 of the charter, it enshrines a few boards in the charter itself, and then it says, there shall be such other standing boards as may be created by ordinance, and ad hoc boards and committees as may be created by resolution upon the recommendation or the approval of the mayor. So that's crystal clear that standing boards like the Civilian Review Board can be created by ordinance. An ad hoc board and a committee just needs a resolution that needs to be approved by the mayor. But the approved by the mayor language does not modify ordinance. Ordinance is set forth in sections 2.07 through 2.10 of the charter, which covers overriding a veto and so forth. There's nothing that happened in the charter review that took away your ability to override a veto, for instance. The legislative process remains the same. There was a letter that was circulated yesterday by an attorney for the Police Benevolent Association. I'm quoting it. It says, by implementing the proposed provisions, council would be violating or cause the CRB to violate the confidentiality provision of section 112.533 subsection 2A and cause police personnel who provide required information to the CRB to commit misdemeanors by violating section 112.533 section 4. This is my favorite part. CRB members and perhaps even council members would be accessories, it says. That letter neglects to tell you that 15 years ago, section 112.533 subsection 4 was held unconstitutional in a case called Cooper versus Dillon. That's at 403 Federal 3rd, page 1208. It also neglects to tell you that you have legislative immunity. If you really think about it, you'll realize that no legislator, state or federal or local, has ever been arrested for voting yes or no on pending legislation. So that just is not true. I guess while I'm talking about that letter, it also suggests that the chief must be somehow insulated from hearing the opinions of the Civilian Review Board. If he were to hear them, his disciplinary decision would become so tainted that it would cause grievances. That's just a ridiculous concern. The chief is able to weigh that. The last thing I want to address is this myth that we're a strong mayor form of government and that means XYZ. The words strong mayor don't appear in our charter or in any ordinance. There's no definition of that. The National League of Cities just defines it as the difference between a mayor that's elected by a city council that retains executive authority versus elected directly by the voters and having executive authority vested in the mayor. But that's not a thing, although that term is thrown around. It doesn't have any legal definition and it doesn't come from anywhere in the charter or any ordinance. And I know that's the end of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next speaker.
Yes, next speaker we have is Jamie Clapos. If you can hear me, unmute your phone, you have 5 minutes.
Yes.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. My name is Jamie Clapple. Thank you so much to speak to you this morning. I am here to speak about the proposal that you received last month to establish an independent civilian investigative panel with oversight over the police department. I've been involved with this movement to establish an independent police oversight panel here in Tampa for over 5 years. And my colleagues and I spent many hours putting together the proposed ordinance that you received last month. We did our legal research, as you heard from my colleague James Shaw a moment ago, and we worked with the local ACLU and NAACP chapters to make sure that our proposal would represent what the community wants. And what the community wants is a truly independent board empowered to accept civilian complaints, conduct investigations, and issue subpoenas when necessary. The mayor's proposed ordinance is a good start, and it would expand the scope of information that the police department must disclose to the currently existing Citizens Review Board. But an effective oversight body must have the ability to get information from other sources outside the police department. And so our proposal would have the Citizens Review Board establish a public complaint system that promotes accessibility so that community members have the option to bring complaints directly to the CRB. And although we recognize that the CRB would be legally required to forward any complaint to the Professional Standards Bureau, under our proposal, it would also have the discretion to open an investigation of its own. And subpoena power is so important in this context because that is what ensures that the CRB can independently collect information directly from the original source without having to go through the filter of the police department. And oversight boards in general rarely exercise their subpoena power because the very existence of that power is usually enough to prompt voluntary cooperation from witnesses. But there's always going to be some instances where there's a really crucial piece of evidence, whether it be important surveillance footage from a store owner who doesn't want to turn it over, or a witness who doesn't want to show up to testify and doesn't want to cooperate. And so in those instances, subpoena power is just absolutely crucial. And the CRB must be able to engage its own independent counsel, separate and apart from the city attorney's office, to avoid any potential conflicts of interest when the CRB seeks legal advice about enforcing a subpoena that the mayor may not like, for example. The CRB attorney could be an attorney in private practice billing at a reduced hourly rate, for only a few hours of work per month. So we're not asking for an exorbitant budget line item for this, or hiring a new staff member. This could be an attorney who has other clients and just spends a few hours per month advising the CRB. But it's so important that the CRB have its own attorney that it can trust, has no biases, no conflicts of interest, just advising them, and exercising a fiduciary duty there. Now, the makeup of the CRB is also key to its independence, and our proposal calls for a nominating committee appointed by City Council to run the application process, conduct interviews, and make nominations. And from those pool of nominees, the mayor would appoint 4 members, and each city councilman would appoint 1 member. We believe that no one person should be able to appoint the majority of the board, and in the interest of keeping this an independent and credible board, we certainly don't think that the mayor, who is in charge of the police department and has control over the police department, should be able to appoint the majority of the members. Now, as you just heard from my colleague, James Shaw, you do have legal authority to adopt our proposal just like any other ordinance. There's nothing in the city charter that precludes you from doing so, and we're not proposing anything that would violate state or federal law. So at the end of the day, this is just a policy decision that each of you have to make, and we think that our proposal represents good policy that also represents the interests and the desires of the community at large, and so we hope that you will adopt our proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, next speaker, please.
Yes, thank you. The next speaker we have is Sharon Graham. If you can hear me, please unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Sharon Graham.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sharon Graham, and I own a private practice that serves all of Tampa and the surrounding areas. I am here to urge you to support the reallocation of funding for our police department and to strengthen training for officers' implicit bias, de-escalation techniques, and diversity and inclusion and cultural competency. This training must be provided by outside Black-owned firms who can truly represent the voice of the community. Data from cities across the nation show that about 4% of officers' time is devoted to handling violent crime. In spite of this, we have seen the increased militarization of the police force nationwide, and we know from our budget and communities that Tampa is no different. The people of Tampa are telling you that is unacceptable and must stop. The question you must ask yourselves is whether you will have the guts to make these changes in policy, or whether it will fall to the next council persons with whom you will be replaced. The purpose and mission of any police department is to protect and to serve the public. Considering the history and origins of the police and quote justice system in our nation, we have a lot of work to do to bridge the gap of trust among our Black and brown neighbors. Their distrust is for good reason, and Tampa is no exception to the systemic racism and white supremacy that is present in policing. The data show continued racial disparities that are grotesque and unacceptable. We must invest in diversity training by outside experts, free of conflicts of interest, and implicit bias and de-escalation. These are the only techniques that should be used in 96% of cases of interaction with the public, according to the data, and our budget must reflect that. We have seen instances of police brutality where citizens ask why they are being arrested, and they are simply ignored. This is unconstitutional and shows a worrisome lack of training for our officers. It is not fair to our officers, that lack of training. The repeated escalation of interactions with all citizens, particularly our Black and brown neighbors, is ineffective and unacceptable. Another observation that is worrisome is the lack of leadership from our police chief, exhibited in an inability to receive community feedback and implement improvements and reforms. This is also unacceptable and untenable. Our community members believe that our council, mayor, police chief, and police officers can do better. We believe that many want to do better. We must provide the training that will allow them to improve, and we must identify those that don't care to improve and remove them from their service. I urge you to adopt the restorative justice version of the ordinance, which calls for police and fire personnel to have longer and more thorough training, at least 40 hours of training biannually in a classroom environment once that is possible, and that the training be conducted by an outside minority, preferably Black-owned, diversity and inclusion vendor who is hired for the training. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, who is next on the speaker list for live speakers?
Yes, sir. Next speaker we have is Jason Marlowe.
All
Jason,
right.
you have 3 minutes.
Sir, if you would unmute yourself. Can you hear us?
I can. Thank you so much for having me. I know you're all glad to hear my voice. I just wanted to reiterate my tremendous support for an overhaul of the CRB. As members of council, you guys know you are the most accessible, most accountable members of our government, and I highly encourage you to overhaul the CRB in a way that puts it in your charge. That way, people can have a direct influence on it. Thank you very much for your time. Have a wonderful meeting.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Yes, the next speaker we have is Julius Adams.
All right. Julius Adams, can you hear us?
Julius Adams, if you could unmute your phone, you have 3 minutes.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, yes. Yeah, my name is Julius Adams. I'm a local attorney here in Tampa. I live in Tampa. I'm also a former police officer, and I've done some work with the NAACP and the ACLU, along with James Shaw and Jamie Kaufowitz on the issue of the proposal for the new CRB. My comments are this, is that the public, or portions of the public, are just fed up with this gap and this lack of trust that they have with the police department and their acts. It's come time for the public to put forward its voice. And I think that an enhanced CRB with some investigatory powers would be an excellent start in giving them this voice to try to bridge the gap between the police and the public. We have to face a hard truth that the police have lost the trust of greater portions of the public, and that in order to move forward, we have to rebuild that trust. It should not be acceptable to the mayor, to any elected officials in this city or anywhere else, that portions of the public just simply do not trust the police. And in fact, it should be seen as an embarrassment if when you have that happen. It shouldn't be allowed, and we must take steps to try to bridge that gap. Now, I know that some of the council members may be considering, when thinking about the CRB, well, what about the Police Bill of Rights? The Police Bill of Rights is a very carefully crafted statute that, in all honesty, it completely isolates law enforcement agencies from being reviewed by the public in any way. And that has to change. And at this time, the city of Tampa can take a step forward and act as an example for other cities across the country in order to bridge this gap between, in essence, the two parties. The proposed ordinance that has been reviewed by the NAACP and ACLU has been reviewed for its legal sufficiency by attorneys from both organizations. And I wanted to reiterate what James said, that the proposed ordinance does not violate the Police Bill of Rights in any way. It doesn't violate any criminal law or constitutional law. So as such, I would ask that that the proposal will be in that it doesn't violate any of these things, particularly the thing in question, the Police Bill of Rights. I would ask that I would ask this be looked at for transparency and the promotion of trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next speaker, please.
Yes, the next speaker is Marcus Cleve.
Yes, hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Marcus Kleva. I know a number of the city council members through my time with working with the Hillsborough Party, Democratic Party, as well as the Democratic Progressive Caucus of Tampa Bay. But today I'm speaking in my individual capacity as a resident of Hillsborough and somebody who spends a lot of time in the city of Tampa and is interested in the issues presented and how we want to structure our community, and specifically today, civilian police oversight. And I want to speak in support of what the previous speakers, Shaw and Clapholtz, have said. And I want to talk about the bigger issue and the importance of why we're doing this. And we need to be dragging injustice into the light. What we have seen in this country is that with impunity, the police believe that they are not being observed and that their actions, the cruelty, the injustice, is not able to be dragged into the light. And if George Floyd has taught us anything, it is that body cams and cell phones, that dragging the truth into the light, the sights, the sounds, they stir the soul. The testimony of witnesses, the truth buried in documents. It is really important that we give the people a voice, that there is accountability. It is harder to gaslight the public if witnesses and documents must be produced. So as an attorney, I was taught that you should be asking, what is your desired outcome? And I believe the desired outcome, if someone were advising you, the city council, is to build a structure that allows for the desired outcome, which is transparency, to bring injustice into the light. And it's so important that we hold the police department accountable, that we create an independent and credible way to deal with civilian complaints so that they are not buried, so that we overcome obstruction. And it is obviously known the mayor still sometimes refers to the police as we. No, mayor, you represent the people. This is an opportunity for the city council to step up and to serve the people. And that is why I'm urging all of you to allow in this proposed ordinance that Sean Clapholtz are presenting and supporting, to give the public a way to go around the obvious obstruction. Oh, documents that are lost, things that are not produced, statements that are not given. You have incredible power, and the citizens of Tampa and Hillsborough are looking at you, and you have an opportunity to be leaders. And I'm certain that you will do the right thing and hold power accountable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, who's next?
Next speaker we have is Samuel Rocker.
All right.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. My name is Samuel Rocker. I'm a middle school teacher here in Tampa. In social studies, one of the most important topics I discuss with students is ethics as it relates to justice. We talk a lot about how personal conflicts of interest can lead to unethical behaviors and unjust institutions. Under the current CRB, that the mayor appoints both the chief of police and selects the majority of the appointments to the CRB, the organization that is intended to provide independent review of police conduct. This is a clear conflict of interest. You don't get to pick both. That is not just. Our students learn that it is the legislative branch of government that represents the citizens, and in Tampa, that is the city council. Therefore, since this is a citizens review board, it should be the city council that appoints the majority membership that's representative of the diversity of our community. That would be just. It would be just if community members also have the ability to sit in on the hiring process of TPD, to be able to actually choose who gets to police in their communities. Maybe we don't really want country boys from Spring Hill that couldn't care less about our neighborhoods to be police officers here. Why would they care? They don't care. But above all, how can any organization truly be expected to impartially investigate complaints against itself? Human beings are still tribal by nature, and to protect our own, we'll do unethical things. We see it all the time in TPD. It's nothing against TPD, it's just human nature. Therefore, it is simply unjust to expect TPD to have sole power of investigating complaints against the department. Citizens should be able to address their concerns directly to the CRB, and the board should have the full investigative powers, including the right to retain independent counsel and the right to subpoena. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, who is the next speaker?
Next speaker we have is Yvette Lewis.
All right, Ms. Lewis, go ahead. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me well?
Yes, go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you. First of all, I want to start off this process of trying to get into your meeting is awful. But anyway, let's go on. So my concern is, as the president of the NAACP Hillsborough County branch, the CRB should have powers to investigate complaints. Okay, and the community concerns and complaints should go straight to the CRB. The community should have the power to go straight to the CRB to file their complaints and the complaints being heard. Now, another important issue, the mayor must relinquish control of the CRB in order to gain trust back into this community. The majority of the appointments should come from city council, and we're going to trust that y'all do the right thing. So the majority, once again, should come from city council. And the CRB, y'all have to understand, please keep this in mind. The CRB was designed for failure from the past administration, and it did. And it also hurt the community. And when I say the community, it hurt the African-American community. It hurt the city of Tampa because we no longer trust the process. In order to instill the trust back in the process, the NAACP Hillsborough County branch is please asking that City Council help install the trust and the transparency back into this community so we can live our life safe and we don't have to fear our life for someone coming after us. This is so important that y'all take this cry out serious, because we wouldn't be here had not it been for mistrust. Once again, I am asking that all of y'all do the right thing. Do the right thing. Help us believe in y'all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, who is the next speaker?
The next speaker is Angel D'Angelo.
Good morning. How are you?
Great, how are you? Go ahead.
Great. My name is Angel D'Angelo, and I'm born and raised here in Tampa, Florida. A couple things I want to say real quick. I'm all for giving the CRB more subpoena power and the maximum power allowed by law, but let's not forget the greater mission here. The greater mission is to have a community that thrives. So we should be focusing less on police accountability. Sure, that is an important factor, and more on community access. So we need to talk about reallocating funds into services that matter to the community. We can do that along with a stronger CRB. Obviously, we're also talking about the citywide anti-bias, anti-discrimination, and cultural competency training. The current ordinance that is in front of you by your council only calls for 4 hours for regular city employees. I'd like to know how in 4 hours you're going to teach about race, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, pregnancy, familial status, immigration status, national origin, etc. And only 11 hours for police, no mention of the fire department. All first responders should be accountable to further training. Training should be at least 40 hours, and even that's probably not enough, being honest, but it's a start. At least 40 hours biannually, and it should be completed by an outside Black and Brown-led diversity inclusion, especially if there's some transgender input in there, because that community is often ignored. We are beyond the point of internal training. Just like we can't have internal accountability processes with the CRB, we cannot have internal training. If we trusted internal training, we wouldn't have had to create the Charter Amendment and vote for it in the first place. So let's do this the right way. This is the season to do things the right way. So let's make sure that we have a true accountable training program that's accessible to the public. Post-COVID will be mostly done in person, none of this online where they can just text and pretend they're not there. And it needs to be an uncomfortable conversation. No one should go into that training and leaving it feeling good. You should feel uncomfortable when you leave a bias training because it's uncomfortable. We all have biases, we all have privilege in different areas. It's uncomfortable acknowledging it, and it's beyond time to do so. So yes, increase the power of the CRB, but let's focus on where we can put some funds coming up in the budget presentation on the 6th. And when you finalize it in September, where can we put funds that are going to make the community thrive? So we don't have to rely on the CRB to investigate a department that clears less than 40% of violent crimes anyway. What do we have them for? So let's get everybody in the city trained, as the Charter Amendment calls everybody from HR to finance to you elected officials, trained by an outside diversity and inclusion Black-led organization, at least 40 hours, and extended hours for all first responders. And I really thank you for your comment, and I thank you for putting public comment first so we can go to our jobs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Next speaker, please.
All right, we're gonna go back to the top of the list. Connie Burton.
Connie Burton, if you're on, if you would unmute yourself and you can go ahead and speak.
Good
Connie
morning.
Burton.
Good morning.
Go ahead. Good morning. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I would just like to say, number one, I am in full support of all of the previous speaker. Never would have imagined that we would be at this point of building such strong coalitions that would be able to articulate and have unity with the outcry of communities and people that have been under occupation for a very long time. As a former resident of public housing, I can tell you not only was people unjustly arrested for standing while being Black, walking Black, riding Black, but sitting Black, sitting on a milk crate and being charged with burglary, and having officers make reports that will further ensure that people would end up with felony convictions. It's been 10 weeks or longer since the murder of brother George Floyd, and very little has happened outside of conversation. But what the community and the nation needs is this hard conversation that we say, you know what? We take a different look. We extend power. We give power to the people, and we allow the chips to fall where they may. Who would have known that the police department was shielding officers that was involved with the murder of not only George Floyd, but what we're witnessing throughout this nation? And I'm telling you that it has been painful to watch the Democratic board that received the full support of brown and Black people at election times, and you move as if you're with the party of Lincoln or you align yourself with the president. It was painful listening to that city council meeting last week when we say, let's reallocate funds so we can do the right thing. It was painful. Hopefully this vote, these considerations of the citizens that you've heard from this morning will not intensify that pain, and you, city council members, all Democrats, all male, will have the courage to move in the direction in which the citizens are requesting throughout this nation, that we have an independent board with power. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All right, next speaker, please.
Yes, sir. The next speaker we have is Kelly Benjamin.
Hello, Council.
Kelly, you can, yes, go ahead. Now we can hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. I gave my comments previously, and I thought everyone's listening, and they weren't. So thank you for allowing a do-over. You know, as some of you know, I was involved with the initial push to create the Citizen Board Review Board back in 2015. That board was precipitated by a DOJ investigation into the Times reporting that found that Tampa police had a pattern of targeting Black men for biking while Black. Over the course of the 3 years, TPD wrote over 2,500 tickets, of which 80% went to Black people in this city. The population, the Black population in Tampa is only 22%. So The Department of Justice found what everybody knew to be true, that laws were not equally enforced across the city of Tampa. And if you were Black, you were more likely to get harassed and arrested by TPD. And this fact has strained and continues to strain the relationship between the police and the community. The push for this review board has always been and remains essential to addressing systemic racism in the city of Tampa and beginning to heal the distrust that many previous speakers already spoke of between the community and law enforcement. I'm in full support of the ordinance proposed by the ACLU and NAACP. This is intended to fix some of the problems that were created by the, sorry, Zora, please, I got my 5-year-old here, my apologies. There was a hastily created board that was never intended to work. And as the president of the NAACP said, it was designed to fail. Councilman Goods rightly put out that motion to restructure the board to better serve this community. And we have to do it now. We are in the midst of a civil rights movement. I know many of you have been out in the streets. You have looked into the eyes of the people who are protesting, the anger, the frustration, the pain that people are feeling. We still have issues. And I know some like to sweep them under the rug and say, well, you know, biking while Black, that wasn't that big of a deal. It is a big deal. The death of Arthur Green Jr. in the middle of Central Avenue is a big deal in this community. He died in a very eerily similar way while having a diabetic emergency, a health emergency, to what happened to George Floyd. We have not seen justice in that case. We have not seen a real full investigation. This is why the independence for the Citizen Review Board is so crucial. There has to be credibility. We can't have, and this is not in any way intended to disrespect our mayor, but we have a mayor who has 3 decades on in the force. And as a previous caller said, you know, she appoints the police chief. And there's no credibility if she also appoints the majority of members to this board. It's impossible. There will never be justice if that continues to be the case. There are many, many cases. Look at Jason Westcott, Javon Neal, many other people. We have issues of systemic racism in our community, and this is an opportunity to address them and fix the problems. I don't want to wait another 5 years so we can tweak this board again. This has to be done now for the future of our community, to begin to heal the rifts that we have between our community and the problems in policing. You know, I know there's been a lot of talk. Hey, thank you very much. Please support the ACLU's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, next speaker.
All right, Chair, we had 2 speakers that registered. However, they did not log on to the webinar. That is Shivam Shukla and Bradley Heru. And now we can move on to the recorded public comments. The first.
How many of those do we have?
We have approximately 5.
Okay, go ahead and start with those.
All right. The first speaker we have is Alexa Roberts.
All right.
My name is Alexia Roberts. I live at 2805 West Horatio Street in Tampa, Florida. I'm calling regarding items number 1 and 2 on the agenda. Our file number E 2020-8CH18 regarding Citizen Review Board changes proposed by Mayor Jane Castor. I'm calling because, first and foremost, the agenda for this meeting was not ably accessible online or circulated by the city. That already proves that there's a little bit of distrust in terms of dissemination of information regarding this topic to the public. Secondly, I'd like to say that it's pretty obvious that Mayor Jane Castor's years of service as the Tampa Police Department chief has led to her to have significant bias in this subject matter. These changes she's proposing are not enough. In the field of community development, you can choose to be reactive and fund things like police forces and militarize them with weapons and tear gas, or you can fund proactive measures such as investing in communities, getting to know your residents. Jane has chosen the former option only. We demand you to reject this item. Thank you.
All right.
The next speaker we have is Destra Haynes.
Hello, my name is Destra Haynes, and I live in the Lottery Park Central neighborhood on Rome Avenue. I'm calling regarding the city anti-bias training meeting, and I'm calling to make public comment. In 2019, voters demanded that the city install mandatory implicit bias, cultural competency, and anti-discrimination training into the charter for city employees. The way in which the charter is currently written fails to meet an acceptable threshold in the training program based on the voices of the community. There needs to be more intensive training for harassment, anti-discrimination, implicit bias, and cultural competency, not simply implicit bias as it is currently written. All city employees interact with the public and should be trained in all of these areas, especially first responders, including fire, emergency medical, and especially the police force. The proposed ordinance only requires 4 hours of training for city employees and 11 for police. But this is not at all enough time to cover all these areas mentioned in the original statement approved by the voters. Furthermore, this training needs to be completed by an outside program, preferably one owned, designed, and taught by a diverse team. The internal group utterly fails to ensure that the needed training will be handled appropriately and deeply enough and is a conflict of interest. I ask that the training being discussed be implemented to include at least 40 hours of training every 2 years, with more in-depth training for first responders and police, that it be facilitated by an outside diverse vendor specializing in anti-discrimination training, not an internal department, that it include a program that can be reviewed and amendments suggested by the public, and very importantly, that post-COVID, the majority of the training scheduled be in-person, face-to-face trainings in a classroom, not simply online. This is an important issue that affects people in the city directly, and it should be done in accordance with the wishes of the voters. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker we have is Joseph McCleany.
My name is Joseph McClennan from Sulphur Springs, 1503 East Mulberry Drive. I'm calling to support the authorizations of the CRB to review the use of force policies and to be involved in the hiring processes of the Tampa Police Department. I do wish we could take it a step further and give them the power of subpoena to bring officers in question who have breached the law or their policies prior to the end of the investigation. The public deserves transparency on trials regarding any public servants. Ultimately, they work for us, and we should know any details that may be available regarding investigations against those who serve us. Thank you.
All right, next speaker we have is Sophia Sabreto.
Hi, my name is Sophia Sabrito. My address is 1503 East Mulberry Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33604. I am calling in support of the authorizations of the CRB to review the use of force policies and to be involved in the hiring process of TPD. However, I believe the CRB is an ineffective committee with only the power to review or propose changes to the police department. I believe the CRB members should be paid for their work on the committee and that their work should grant them the authority to hold TPD accountable by way of subpoena and investigation into any breach of use of force policies and corrective action following an investigation. Thank you.
Next we have is Topher Morrison.
Hi, my name is Topher Morrison. I'm a resident of Davis Island, and I own a business in downtown Tampa. I would like to voice my support for the reallocation of funding for our police department and request greater implicit bias, de-escalation techniques, and diversity training, especially training taught by outside minority-owned firms who can truly represent the voice of the marginalized. According to the national statistics, roughly 95% of all police calls are for non-violent incidences. Yet, we consistently see Tampa investing more dollars in military-grade defense systems. This, to me, defies logic and science. In addition, at the heart of a police department, they are to protect and to serve the public. I personally think that we could use a bit more attention on the serving side of that mission statement, don't you? Think about it. Why wouldn't a police department, their chief, and their mayor be enthusiastic about investing in diversity training and implicit bias training and de-escalation techniques so that they could better serve the public? Why wouldn't they spend the majority of their training budget on de-escalation training instead of combat defense and control training? The police training in Tampa, and I know, by the way, I'm a graduate of the Citizens Police Academy, and they've shared with us in detail their training protocol for detainees. It is very clear. Number 1, request. Number 2, demand. Number 3, comply. All of the videos of police brutality that we see today mainly feature police enforcing the comply portion of their training after requests and demands have failed. But even the ones that also show the request and demand steps of control seem to be lacking something. Shouldn't we being arrested, and the officer simply ignores them. They ignore them because explain is not a phase in their training. This seems like an obvious omission in the training of our officers. These requests are not from a citizen who thinks all police are bad. I know a lot of good ones, but it is coming from a citizen who believes that all police can and should do better. Most of them want to. Why don't you provide them the training that allows them to, so you can very quickly identify the ones who don't care and then remove them from their service? If we do this, we can move closer to a police force that not only protects all residents, but serves them as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chair. That will conclude our public comment portion.
Thank you very much, Clerk. I know it's not easy to do all this, but I appreciate all your work and maneuvering and managing this. Public comment has now concluded. As I mentioned earlier, we did have an email come in from the Chief of Staff for item number 4. If we could move that up, he has a brief presentation, and then we'll go into items 1 and 2 and continue the agenda from there. So, Chief of Staff Bennett, if you are ready to go, you have the floor. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Council, and most importantly, good morning, public. If you could bring up the presentation, I would appreciate it. Standing by for the marketing communications update presentation.
All right.
Chief, it's up.
All right, go ahead, Chief, if you'd like to begin.
Thank you. I don't see it on the public screen. That's why I'm pausing. We check with broadcast to make sure that the public is seeing the presentation.
Let's see, sir, I'm pulling up the Facebook broadcast. It is showing just your face. It is not showing the presentation.
There we go. Again, good morning. Sure.
Go ahead, sir.
I believe we have it now. So if we could flip to the next slide, please. So as requested by a motion made by Councilman Goods and Councilman Carlson back in early June, the request was for the legal department to provide recommendations as to how communication by the administration to City Council be improved, as by what means it can be implemented, and further that a report be presented to Council regarding said agenda item. I sort of adopted this motion to kind of give Council and the public a briefing on some of the things that we have been trying to do, albeit through the COVID crisis, not specifically to COVID, but challenged by COVID since the administration began. And as we know, communication fixes a lot of problems, but it sounds simple and we know it's not easy. This involves processes, obviously, humans, and supporting technology. So what I wanted to do is walk through a few slides real briefly, and then I'll open it up for questions. Next slide, please. So just from an organizational perspective, I know Council is aware, but for the viewing public, the city's organizational chart feeds through 8 different administrators. There's 2 in public safety, as you know, the fire chief and the police chief. We have the legal department, we have the CFOs as an administrator, and then we have 4 general administrators, 1 over internal services, which is the chief of staff. We have infrastructure and mobility, we have economic and development, and we have neighborhoods. And those basically create 8 lanes of traffic of information that come through 3 different channels. And those 3 different channels are essentially the mayor's marketing communication department, Tampa Fire Rescue, and the Tampa Police Department, and you could see some of the supporting employees to those different departments that relate to internal communications and those what I call different channels. I will say that the mayor has been passionate about adding 2 other channels, one specifically to infrastructure and mobility for all the reasons that we know, and then also one for development and economic services under Ms. Post, again, still coming through marketing communications, but because of the communication and information density in those areas, we have been interested in adding positions focused on communication on those functions. Next slide. So one of the things that I had worked with Ms. Ashley Bauman's department on was trying to structure this in a more formal process through service level agreements. And Ms. Bauman had issued 2 of those agreements, one for city council and one for basically the general departments on how their department can best serve and with the current bandwidth and authorized strength that they have. And so, you know, those are living documents. We're always welcome to feedback in the administration on how we can improve what I would call both proactive and reactive communication to make sure that not only the public, but city council and all of our trusted partners and stakeholders have what they need as quickly and as efficiently as possible. Next slide, please. So this, which again is in council's presentation for takeaway, kind of gives some departmental lineup of who supports which departments, and therefore, you know, if we need to reach out in a moment of dynamic information, these are some of the contacts that you can reach out to. But I would always ask that specifically whatever type of incident that we're working or what kind of communication is necessary, that we kind of default back to those 8 administrators. And if you're clearly not getting what you need in the time that you need it, you can always get a hold of me 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Next slide. And again, this is an example that Ms. Bauman created to make sure that certain requests or things more in a proactive manner can be accomplished. Your legislative aides, if they need training or anything else, we're here to support you just like we are through her department to support any of the other departments in the city. So, you know, again, this is part of the proactive process to set up and design opportunities to have better communication for the constituents, your constituents, the public, and whatever your needs would be. Next slide. One of the things that I took in from City Council when I first got here was kind of just this calendar situational awareness. We have a lot of departments doing a lot of things, especially in the community, parks and rec activities, special events, town hall meetings, etc. So having a dynamic calendar that could be both public facing and internal facing was important. So again, between Ms. Bauman's office and Russell Halpert's office and T&I, working on refining these calendars so you and your staff can have situational awareness to what's going on in the community, and of course, hopefully beyond the COVID conditions, could allow better opportunities for being on campus or on location for some of these events. Again, if you need any information on how to use that or how to access it, we're more than happy to support that. Next slide. And I think some of you have, based on the review that I've had, we had set you up in what was called the Everbridge system. And what that is be able to make group text messaging to City Council, to including Mr. Shelby. And what we tried to do is improve that spontaneous need to communicate to all of you at once The beauty of it is there's not a reply system, so we're protecting the sunshine process. This is a one-way push to give you situational awareness and things that are going on that could be either in your district or citywide issues. And we have sent, or I have sent a myriad of those texts over the last month, kind of in a beta format. And of course, I'm open to any feedback and how that's working for you. In addition, we have other technologies I mentioned earlier. It's part of the process of humans and technology combined. So we're looking at some of those automation efforts to allow you to get information as near real time as possible. Of course, all information rolls up from human interaction. So that process and coaching and all of that is still a work in progress. And we're going to continue to refine on that. One thing I want to make as you forward to the next slide, if you could, but one point I want to make before I open it up for questions and follow up and additional efforts if they're suggested, is that, you know, we know media and information moves fast. And one of the challenges is to make sure that we get you accurate information, because the last thing we want to do is, you know, you may see something on social media and it takes time to make sure from the chain of command down to the field that it's accurate as it is in the public facing social media realm. So that takes a few minutes, obviously, or even a few hours to work through. So sometimes it seems like the information is not there, or it's not there at all. And that's a part that we're working on, but trying to find that sweet spot between accuracy and speed is always going to be a challenge. But I have spoken to the public safety teams, and have spoken to Ms. Bauman, and of course our administrators, and everybody's going to work to do their best to make sure that they bubble up those priority incidents or priority situations that happen, even if they're overnight, to give you some kind of awareness first thing in the morning. I do scan and scrape some of the activity that comes through, especially in the public safety space. Chief LaCicero has shared with me that he will try to make sure that his leadership team gets me information from their space. Chief Dugan has arranged for me to see a lot of the information as it's put out in the system, so I can look again to try and scrape that. But of course, we're doing this as a team. So, you know, while we're trying to be proactive and get council information as in near real time as possible, and often I don't control the content, I just try and shift and lift the content. I would ask you is that based on those administrators that I spoke to, if you need to get information on them for clarity or confirmation, that we build our relationships together and you do reach out to those respective administrators and public safety chiefs and get clarification, and we'll try and support that process as much as possible. With that, I will open it up for any questions and feedback on how we can support you further in our journey together.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions from council members? I'll begin with Councilman Miranda and then go down the line. Councilman Miranda, do you have any questions for the Chief of Staff?
Not at this time.
Thank you very much. Councilman Citro, do you have any questions?
No, thank you, Chief. You did a very good job, and you've always been supportive of us. No questions at this time, Mr. Chair.
All right, Councilman Carlson.
Thank you, Chief. Just quickly, you know, the perception in the community was that the communication department under the last administration was set up to brand and promote the mayor, and that there was very little communication with residents or city council or anyone else. And so most of the complaints that I've heard have been about residents not hearing the nuts and bolts announcements about when infrastructure is going to be going into their neighborhood, when the roads are going to be torn up, and those kinds of basic communication efforts. And then when the police are aware of protest marches going through neighborhoods, folks want to be aware of that, and they want information on what to do. And so I think I see a big change. I've seen a big change in the last year, and I think the more we can do to inform the public about the basic things that they need to know, the better and more comfortable residents will feel. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chairman, can I respond?
Go ahead, sir.
Councilman Carlson, first, thank you for that feedback. it's very helpful as we go along in our journey. And I just wanted to point out one thing that I had asked Mr. Halpert's area to work with contract admin on those basic needs is to, and again, the more automation, and Ms. Bauman is promoting this in line and in lockstep, the more automation that we can have. So the mayor had requested that we put basically a GIS map together of those construction activities and their timelines, because quite often we see something starting in a neighborhood on a roadway, and the public, even if they had been or not been to project meetings, they don't know the timeline, but with a simple click of the mouse and a hovering over that respective GIS dot, they can see the project timeline and some other resources. And as we shared with a lot of you offline, is that we're looking to have a more open gov model to see the data and those real-time information stats available electronically or on an app. So thank you for that.
All right, thank you very much. Chief Bennett, next up, Councilman Dingfelder. Do you have any questions for the chief?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Goods, I know this was your motion. Sir, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership this morning, and also Chief Bennett for getting on this situation. I know we've talked several times about communication. I said that when I first was elected, communication was kind of poor with getting information out to council, getting it to the public. I guess my biggest concern that we talked on yesterday is that making sure that when there are major incidents that happen within each affected councilman's district or just in the city in general, that the councilmen are notified. My district is very busy. I serve everyone, every ethnicity, every group, from rich or from poor, and the middle class. So when things happen, I get phone calls, and then sometimes I don't hear things for days. We had a fire at one point in my area, a major downtown fire. Didn't know anything about it. Major shootings in my area, don't know anything about it. And I just think there should be someone to notify a council member when these type of things happen, because people, our constituents do call. They want to know if it's safe, what's going on. And sometimes when I do try to call to reach out to some of the division commanders, I get a little pushback at times. And I'm hoping that with this situation, it will get better and we won't have that. And I think if you have a district commander, should be able to talk to a councilman, not as reference to policy changes, but what's going on or if the community safe, to get an answer. And I shouldn't just have to call the police chief. I should be able to call, or that division commander or one of his captains should be able to call that council and say, hey, we had this happen, council, just want to let you know. So that's what I'm looking for, to make sure that we have that type of communication going on. So when residents call, we have situations going in communities, I'm abreast and I can be able to give good information. I know everything is not, as it rolls in, it's a time thing, but something is better than nothing, so at least it leads to community. So I'm hoping we can get a better system in place. I think we're working to that, but I'm just hoping that we get it sooner than later. I yield back to Chair.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Goods. Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. Nothing too lengthy, just I wanted to salute the administration for their constant contact with us. I mean, I've been the beneficiary of that, and through that, my constituents on so many issues. And by and large, it's always been Chief Bennett. Chief Bennett knows of my sentiments with regards to him and the effort he puts in and the kind of person and man that he is. I think he's stellar, and he always just does, and the administration through him does a stellar job in terms of keeping us updated. Again, I say that from experience, just over the last several months with regards to not only COVID issues, but also civil disturbances and whatnot, particularly the looting that occurred in the North Tampa area and the subsequent turmoil that occurred to that. We have the administration be in constant contact with me, not only on that issue, but also on a lot of the community sentiments and businesses affected, et cetera. So, just for me, I think it's been very good, and I just wanted to salute them for their hard work, because it's not easy. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And just to wrap up, Chief, you do a wonderful job. I think you go above and beyond. Communication with myself and you and your office has always been very good. I've often said that you work too much and too hard, but it's just who you are. You're up early in the morning. You're on top of things. You've always been very, very responsive. So I appreciate you and everything that you do. All right. Thank you very much. Anything else, Chief?
No, thank you, Council. And again, it's a status of continuous improvement, so we will work towards it.
Thank you very much. All right, that settles item number 4. We will now go back to item number 1 and continue through the agenda. Item number 1 will be who from staff would like to begin the dialogue here.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. This is Gina Grimes, City Attorney.
Good morning.
And I'm here for items number 1 and 2 under the staff reports to address City Council's motions made back in June regarding the CRB's authority. And I'm going to be joined in this presentation this morning by the Chief of Police, Brian Dugan, by Chief Assistant City Attorney Ursula Richardson, and also by the Chief of Staff, John Bennett. In addition to responding to your 2 requests, at this time we'd also like to present to you some additional measures to expand the authority and role of the Citizen Review Board. And the purpose of this proposal is to improve the accessibility and the transparency of TPD operations, and in an effort to, in turn, improve the public's trust. And Chief Dugan and Ms. Richardson will go over our proposal with you in more specific detail, but I'd just like to make some introductory remarks. There are several legal and policy issues associated with how the city is authorized or permitted to expand the Citizen Review Board's role and powers. And we recognize that there are many groups and individuals with very strong convictions regarding this subject, and we have attempted to discuss those issues with those various stakeholders. Specifically, this morning you heard from the ACLU and Tampa for Justice. Their position is that the administration's proposal does not go far enough and that we need to do more. At the same time, you also received a letter yesterday from the PBA that the administration's proposal goes too far and it should be scaled back. I would submit to you the fact that the ACLU thinks that the proposal does not go far enough, but the PBA thinks it goes too far. I would submit to you that that means that it is likely this proposal is somewhere right in the middle. And in fact, it goes far enough, but not too far. And I think we have struck a proper accord with how the CRB's power should be addressed. And I realize this is a lot for City Council to consider, and I want everyone to keep in mind that this is just a workshop this morning, and no final action will or should be taken until City Council has had an opportunity to thoroughly review and consider all of these issues. In fact, some of the City Council members have already made and provided to us their proposed revisions to the administration's proposal, and most of their suggestions are very good, and we had planned to incorporate those suggested revisions into a revised draft. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Chief Dugan and Ursula Richardson, and at the end of their presentation, I think it's important that we also address the legal and policy issues identified by both the ACLU and the PBA. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Dugan.
Thank you. Go ahead, Chief.
Good morning, Brian Dugan, Chief of Police, Tampa Police Department. Yeah, I've been exposed to the Citizen Review Board process since its inception. I was an assistant chief at the time when it was first compiled. The existing role of the CRB is to review closed internal TPD investigations involving use of force, to determine whether the investigation and disposition is in accord with policies and procedures. They also review cases and issue importance of interest to the community or city to make recommendations regarding TPD's handling of issues and whether revisions to TPD's policies are appropriate. Along with the changes requested by City Council, the administration has several additional proposals to present regarding the authority and role of the CRB. Proposed amendments provide for additional duties of the CRB, additional duties of the CRB coordinator, changes to membership and qualification requirements, and other administrative changes.
The purpose for, and I'm sorry, this is Rachel Richardson, Chief Assistant City Attorney. The purpose for the additional proposals is we were looking at community comment and what the community said that it was looking for, and so we were trying to suggest proposals or updates to the CRB ordinance that would promote and ensure thorough investigations, deter police misconduct, and improve the public trust. But in addition to that, it was also for the purpose of increasing the accessibility of citizens to the CRB, increasing the CRB's involvement in review and the disciplinary process, and also enhancing the CRB's visibility in the community. As a part of the process of coming up with these proposals, we looked at other jurisdictions within the state of Florida, and we tried to keep it within the state of Florida just because we have the unique circumstance of the Officer's Bill of Rights. So we tried to look at Florida jurisdictions that also have police oversight boards and what were their functions and their duties. We also went further to, since we've had our existing Citizens Review Board in place now for 5 years, to speak to current and existing members, including the current chair of the board, to get their perceptions about the work that they've been doing and get their recommendations and input as far as things that may further their purpose for the board. We looked at literature and articles, particularly NACOL, which is the National Association of Citizen Oversight of Law Enforcement, which is a really good resource. Of course, from the legal perspective, we most certainly took a close eye to the Officer's Bill of Rights to make sure that we were not running afoul of that, and also went through the collective bargaining agreement sections that would be applicable to the proposal. And of course, looking at case law that's associated with police oversight boards and other issues associated therewith. So this was just not a situation where we were kind of pulling things from air, but making sure that along the way that we were also talking to stakeholders, which, as Gina mentioned, we've had probably several hours of conversation at this point with the ACLU. We also spoke to Ms. Lewis with the NAACP, and again, the current and past members of the board, and getting input from them as well as we are moving through this conversation. The first section that I'm going to cover is the additional duties of the CRB. Right now in your current ordinance, which is 18-8, in that ordinance, the duties of the CRB are set forth in subsection C. In subsection C, what we have proposed is, in addition to those existing duties that the chief just mentioned to you, is adding the review or allowing our CRB to review certain pending internal investigations. And when we say certain pending internal investigations, we're talking about the more significant and substantial things involving use of force, the use of SOP 537, which is deadly force, SOP 538, which is response to resistance, which would cover those things like the taser, the use of canines, those things like that. And also under MOR 1600 and MOR 1800, which are also ticket items that basically would be of interest to the community. We were not in the process of proposing, say for instance, they look at things like the officers missing court or things that happen with their extra duty, but trying to focus on those things that, excuse me, would be of interest to the community when you're talking about that transparency and building that public trust. The review that we are suggesting that the CRB undertake, which is not something that they are currently doing at this current time, they are looking at closed and completed use of force incidents only, and it's after all decisions have been made as far as the disposition of a complaint, and also all decisions have been made regarding how an officer might be disciplined for that particular incident if he was found in violation of the department's policies. We propose at this point that the CRB be able to intervene and have some input after what's considered the investigation is closed, and that's important simply because the Officer's Bill of Rights makes the investigation confidential. So that means all the details associated with the investigation, witnesses that have testified, evidence that's been gathered, all of that is confidential according to the Officer's Bill of Rights until a disposition has been determined and the officer gets notified of the potential that he may be disciplined for a violation of policy. That would be the time that we propose that the CRB would have the opportunity to then review those circumstances and then make recommendations regarding the disposition of the complaint and also the potential pending discipline. Obviously, any recommendations that the CRB would make, and they would get training in these different things, would have to be consistent with the collective bargaining agreement and the department's own internal procedures for discipline administration. But certainly, they'd get the education so that they would know how and where they could weigh in on that situation. The other, based on your motion that you proposed back on June 4th, we also anticipate adding the additional duty that the CRB would review the hiring criteria for prospective new officers and also participate in a new TPD interview panel. As we try to address the council's motion in consultation with and actually based on a recommendation by the chief, what we envision for the involvement for the CRB is having an interview panel that would consist of approximately 5 people. That would be maybe an outside retired police officer, 3 internal police officers, and then a member of the CRB, and we've proposed or suggested a way for them to select members and also rotate so every member of the board gets an opportunity to have the hiring experience. And that, of course, as a part of that process, we envision that in the part of their education, they will get to learn what minimum mandatory criteria is required by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and also what the Tampa Police Department also has as its minimum qualifications above and beyond what the Florida Department of Law Enforcement requires. And of course, their participation, we would anticipate by educating them, would have to be compliant with the Department of Labor, any equal opportunity standards, and again, the collective bargaining agreement. An additional duty under subsection C in the current ordinance that we are proposing is, and this is what you may have heard about earlier in the PBA letter that was sent yesterday, is that we were proposing, of course, within the confines of the Officers' Bill of Rights, just so that the CRB is aware of what kind of complaints are coming in, that they would receive a monthly notification of all new complaints received, of course, properly redacted, in order to account for the confidentiality provision. But the existence of a complaint, we believe, is properly something that the CRB could see that a complaint was made, it's given a certain case number, that we can see the date that that complaint come in, and just a very small synopsis without any particularly identifying information that may expose, I guess, basically take it out of that confidentiality, but so that they are aware of it and that they can keep track of what the status of that investigation is. That is something that the CRB, of course, doesn't currently have the ability to do because they're looking exclusively at closed internal affairs cases, and they receive a list of those closed cases, and they select from that list and then they review, but not necessarily knowing that those complaints were even existing in the first place. So we want to do that because we want them to be able to monitor complaints from their inception to completion, and also keep an eye out for any trends that may be happening when they receive that list, so they can kind of keep an eye on it. We've also suggested that the CRB be able to receive complaints for those. There is a process in place currently for the receipt of complaints through the police department. And there's various ways that a person can make a complaint, but to the extent that the public might be more comfortable with sending complaints directly to the CRB itself, we anticipate that basically there would be a CRB email where those would be received. And of course, that email in itself will be protected and also confidential to the extent that it's required by the Officers' Bill of Rights, but it will be reviewed by the chair of the CRB and then the Internal Affairs Coordinator or the Professional Standards Coordinator, so that to make sure that the complaints that are received to that email start to move through the proper processing. And then we also have asked, because as we researched and did our process, we learned that the CRB conducted a community survey back in 2018 that basically probed the community's perception of TPD's engagement and also some of their policies. And that particular survey was very helpful, and the chair was very positive about the fact that that would drive how the CRB looks at different things to make sure that they are also in line with what the community's concerns are. And no matter what the status was, whether it was female, whether it was the gender, or whether it was economic status, or whether or not it was race, the top 5 categories were the same for all people. The priority of those categories may have been different, but they were the same no matter what the status was. And so seeing how helpful that it has been, and that it would be, we would be mandating that the CRB conduct a community survey every 3 years. Obviously, there's room to change the frequency of that, but every 3 years is what we're proposing, that they have the opportunity to do that. Moving to the next section, we have proposed additional duties for the CRB coordinator, and in your current ordinance, the CRB coordinator is the captain for the Professional Standards Bureau. Currently, that would be Captain Kevin Schoolmeesters. And so we're proposing that as a part of additional duties for him is that he would do workshops to train the CRB on all the topics they need in order to understand police work, to make sure that they can more effectively have oversight over the department. We anticipate that the coordinator would then train the CRB members at least biannually, or they could elect, they meaning the board, could elect to be trained more frequently if things are coming up that they just really need more information about. And we anticipate that would be policy standards or policies about the use of force, law enforcement ethics, pursuit policies, the grievance process, public records, the hiring process, or even body-worn cameras, but those are things that are important. And we're also proposing that at least at each meeting that the captain give a short presentation on some of these topics so that the CRB is constantly being educated about law enforcement and law enforcement work so that they are always current in their knowledge for overseeing this particular department. We would also anticipate that an additional duty for the coordinator of CRB would be to notify the CRB, which now they may get information by their issues of importance to the community, but this would be a affirmative obligation by the captain of professional standards to tell the CRB in advance, 30 days in advance of the department implementing a new use of force policy, to basically give them the opportunity to notify them about the policy, and also have the coordinator give some explanation to them about the policy, the rationale for why it may be happening, and allow the CRB to provide feedback to that. And this would also apply not just to new policies that may be put online. The example I use is if we get a new youth law enforcement tool, if we get new, and taser is the thing that I use, but if you were to get a new tool like a taser, you would have to promulgate a policy to regulate and control that. And so they would know in advance that A, we were getting the tool, but B, what the rules will be associated with that tool. But we also anticipate that they would be notified if there's going to be any substantial changes to any existing use of force policies. And that would be a requirement that the coordinator would have to provide. And then we also, in the current statute right now, or your ordinance right now, which is under subsection G, there is already a report that the CRB provides on an annual basis to give an idea of what their activities have been, and what we've proposed is basically beefing up the additional report. And I know that there have been suggestions that the coordinator, or excuse me, the chair for the CRB come and present that, which is a good suggestion, that the chair of the CRB would come on an annual basis with the annual report to present it for City Council and the public's benefit to learn what kind of activities are happening. And as a part of that, we anticipate that annual report would necessarily include the CRB's ability to be able to comment on their service, and also for them who have been performing the work to make any recommendations about the changes, any changes to the ordinance that are needed. Going to your section about qualifications and proposals about the qualification requirements and membership, which is currently in section D of the ordinance 18-8, we would propose that additional member disqualification would be if you were arrested by the TPD, because it's supposed to be an unbiased panel. or if you are suing, or that if you have sued TPD, not sued TPD for a personal injury, accident, or something of that nature, but sued them in connection with some type of active police activity, such as making an arrest or the use of force, that would be a disqualifier. And if you make a new claim while serving on the board, that would be something that would basically necessitate your removal from the board if you implement a new lawsuit for those purposes. We are also proposing additional memberships from external organizations. Right now, the way the board is structured is that there are 5 members selected by the mayor, 4 members by the city council, and that there are currently 2 vacant alternate positions, so that the community has some buy-in in this. We were proposing that some outside organizations, including the NAACP, take one of those 2 available seats. And then also maybe from USF or the University of Tampa, their criminology department, we anticipate maybe an external organization taking a seat on the board to also weigh in and give their input. And then when we talk about other administrative changes we're proposing, we are proposing as a part of that accessibility and highlighting the visibility of the CRB, we're proposing the creation of a CRB website. And that will be basically CRB Central for all information about their meetings, who is on the board, what is the term on the board, when does that term expire, how to make an application to become a member of the board, how to make a complaint against a police officer, all centrally located in one spot. And what we also anticipate doing as far as visibility is during their actual televised meetings, which usually happen on the 4th Tuesday of every month at 6 o'clock, is that there would be an additional tickler or crawler that would still advertise their email address, their website address, and also how to make a complaint against a police officer, so that the community is always being educated and updated about what they can do. And then we're also proposing to make sure that there's always access to the CRB in the community and not just in one location, is that the CRB hold meetings at various community sites in each of the city council districts, town halls, if you will, so that the community has the physical access to the CRB. And of course, the meetings will continue to be televised. And those are a summary of the proposed changes above and beyond the motions made by the city council.
So with that, Mr. Chairman, we're interested in hearing council's feedback on this proposal. And if you'd like to have questions now or comments now, we can do so. We also, as I mentioned earlier, would like to address some of the positions stated by the ACLU and the PBA. I don't know if you would like for us to do that now or to hear from the council members now.
Also, I was thinking item number 8, because it is implicit bias, the discussion there. I was thinking, since this, kind of all ties in together, would you like to address this now, or would you like to hold off until later on in the agenda?
That's your decision. Either way, we were prepared to provide a presentation. Andrea Zellman, Deputy City Attorney, is prepared to provide that presentation on the implicit bias training.
Is there any discussion from council on that if we take number 8 up now? Because I think it ties in well with the entire discussion. Councilman Vieira, this was your motion. What do you think?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It does tie in. They're 110% related in terms of values. I think it's something that's very, very important. Maybe just my suggestion, so that the 2 issues, we could have them at separate times. In other words, we first discuss this, then we discuss that. At the very least, I think they should be either concurrently or after one another. Maybe after one another would lead to a better distinction on the issues at hand. But at the very least, I think your suggestion to have them close in proximity is very well taken, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll have discussion now. Whoever's shuffling papers and is not muted, please mute the phone or making noise. Thank you very much. We will have discussion now from council members, and then we'll take up item number 8 and then discuss that separately, but just so it is, in line, since I think it all ties in. So council members, On items 1 and 2, I'll mix it up. Councilman Goods, would you like to kick off the discussion here? Any questions or comments? Councilman Goods.
Yes, sir. Let me start out by saying wonderful presentation by Mrs. Richardson. But Councilman, I don't know if you know, I made this motion because I know of certain things that do happen in-house, out of the house. And I need the public to know, and a lot of my former and current brothers in the police department, that at one time I was a police officer. And I understand police procedures and issues, discipline process, and so forth and so on. But I got elected to be a city councilman by the taxpayers. So I'm a retired police officer, and I'm a current city councilman. And I have to let the public know that I serve at the pleasure of the public. I have to make sure that what the public is asking is doable, but also looking at making sure that certain legal procedures and policies and state guidelines are followed as well. I love the police department, but at times I didn't love the police department. I didn't always agree with a lot of policies and procedures, but I was the person that could make those type of decisions to change. But I'm always mindful that there are plenty good police officers, and there's some bad ones. But for me, I think some of the issues with policing today, we changed to more of arrest and crime. But I always been a believer, if you're in the community working with the people, you can still reduce crime. And that's why I've always been a proponent of community-oriented policing. I'm hoping that we would try to get back there with our police department as soon as we can, because I think when you're out there coaching young people and working with people in communities, they know you. And I became a police officer because I used to go to the Winn-Dixie Crossing Street at 40th in Hillsborough and see all the officers there. A lot of them coached. I played it with Pal, and that's how I got so interested in being a police officer, because it was community friendly. And I just hope that one day we can get that. I know some of the officers are angered that I made the motion about the Citizens Review Board, and I've received some type of threats and all kinds of interviews on the social media pages. But that comes with the job and the territory. But I still say I do love the police department. It's a place that I believe that young people can go and get a job right out of college, or those who don't have college degrees. Because I always said, because a lot of my colleagues that I retired with did not have college. They came on, was able to make a living, and then able to go on and get some better higher education to do better things, and now they have their own businesses outside. So for me, I don't think you need to have a college degree to be a police officer. You need to have good common sense and be a person who's really in tune to the people. And I always say, sometimes if you live in a fluid community and you've never been around different people, black and brown people, different cultures, you don't know. So when you become a police officer, you get stuck into an area and you've always been told there's a bad people, bad things. That plays a part sometimes with how you police. And I've always said that before you put the badge and the gun on, you should always be in a class where you understand that culture of people. That way, when you get in that car, you put that badge and that gun on, you know Miss Jones, who lives at the corner. You know Mr. Smith, who he drinks. But hey, he's not hurting anybody. He's just a guy you talk to. He'll comply when you tell him what to do. But I would look at some of the things I saw on the screen, because I made the motion about the hiring policy, Mr. Chairman. I think there's too many police officers on the hiring board. When I look at the chief, a retired, and 3 other police officers, and 1 CRB member, well, where's a community leader or a citizen that should be on that board? To me, there's too many police officers on that board. And again, I don't see where there are any comments to diversity on that board. If you've got a police chief and 4 white officers, and you may have a black candidate, well, they may not understand his culture. They understand what he's gone through, what have you. But if you have a mixture on that hiring policy board, people can identify, say, I can relate to that, I understand, I know why that happened. And I always talk about making sure you have diversity, and that's why I made that motion last week in reference to a chief diversity officer, to make sure we look at the overall picture of all departments. I hear all the time about law enforcement, but to me, the word should be in all of our policies, should be first responders. No longer just tagging the police, but we have issues in all different departments. Fire department, other departments. So for me, I think we need to look at what for me right now is the hiring policy, and look at how we can maybe strengthen that better across the board. I heard Mrs. Grimes talk earlier about subpoena power and so forth and so on. As you know, I said on the charter review board with my colleagues, Mr. Carlson and board member Citro. And the first question I asked when I was on that board, tell me about the subpoena power. And at that time, the city attorney, Mr. Rivera, brought me the policy, shared with all of us that it can't be doable because the Florida Supreme Court has said you can't. So again, I don't know how that intertwines. I know the public wants subpoena power, but I'm just trying to figure out how we can get around that, which I don't think we can right now because it's not in our charter either. And I think anything that relates to subpoena power has to go in the charter to be enacted. But I'm going to ask later to get clarification. Today's a workshop, so I can get better clarification on the subpoena issue. How does that work with the charter? I said on this, so I'm pretty much familiar with that, but just get more clarification. How does it work with citizens being subpoenaed? What is the legal rights of this particular labor board subpoenaing people? Just to give me more clarification to say if that was to happen, that the city wouldn't be sued and taking money from other areas that we need to put in communities, filing lawsuits. So I just want to get some clarification on that later on down if we can. And I yield back, sir.
Thank you very much. Councilman Dingfelder, do you have any questions or comments, sir? Councilman Dingfelder.
Yes.
Go ahead, sir. Councilman Dingfelder. Can you hear us, Dingfelder? All right, we'll come back. We'll come back to you, Councilman Carlson. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, morning, everybody. To what my colleague, Mr. Goods was just saying, I want to just address the great men and women of our police department and our first responders. This whole discussion is not because of them. I mean, sure, there may be some bad actors, but our community needs our police. They need our first responders. We need them to work hard for us, and we need them to prevent crimes. The community, in lots of ways, is asking us to make sure that we support them in remediating crimes. The genesis of this was to try to protect the public, and if we go back in time, you all remember that it was that this idea came from the community because of a policy that was deemed racist by the community and the U.S. Justice Department by the last mayor. It's not a policy that the police put in or individual police officers put in. It was set by the last administration. And so the community came back and said, we want controls and protections. And one of them was the Citizen Review Board. One of the groups, Tampa for Justice, pulled together 22 civil rights groups, and they pushed for this. And then the last mayor fought them on it. And the reason why we are where we are today is because the last mayor went back and forth and complained and ranted about making sure that he controlled it instead of the citizens and the city council. And there was a petty fight over it. And so now what we're doing is just like we're doing with lots of things within the city, we're fixing the problems from the last administration. And the reason why we have this issue is because of all those problems that existed before. So it has nothing to do with how we feel about the police. It's just fixing those problems. There are issues like the balance of the board and other issues that Tampa for Justice and ACLU have brought up. And I want to thank Ms. Grimes and Ursula and the others in the department who, at my request, met with the ACLU and the Tampa for Justice people. I believe in having a dialogue, and it's good that we've heard back from the PBA, and we need to continue to hear feedback from the public. My understanding from the folks that spoke this morning from Tampa for Justice and ACLU is they're going to be responding to the mayor's proposal with a marked up copy that we will receive sometime in the next week. And I also should thank the new mayor for taking the initiative on this and stepping out and trying to kind of remediate the situation. In the next week, when we get the proposal from others, we'll get that proposal from ACLU and Tampa for Justice, and then we'll also hear feedback from the PBA. I think when we get ready to make a motion at some point in the future, we need to listen to all sides and listen to all the feedback and also our legal advice so that we can make important, sound legal decisions. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. I'd like to go back to Councilman Dingfelder. He had a technical glitch. Councilman Dingfelder, are you on?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
just a couple of things. First, I do want to compliment Ms. Grimes and her staff, including Ms. Richardson and the administration, the chief and the mayor, for a good start on some of those revisions that Ms. Richardson went through. I think it's a good start. Ms. Grimes has told us that it should be a collaborative process with council, and I think that's where we are today in terms of this is our opportunity to start collaborating and giving feedback. Ms. Grimes, before I get into some specifics, I just had one or two questions for you. You mentioned the PBA letter, and I had a chance to read the PBA letter, I think yesterday, and I also read the opinion of the Cooper opinion, which came out of Key West 15 years ago, which struck subsection 4, which the PBA letter was relying, at least half of their letter was relying on. I think it's extremely important that we have the best legal advice possible. The PBA attorney tried to give us his legal advice. It appeared to me that half of his legal advice was based upon an unconstitutional portion of that statute, which is subsection 4. Do you agree with that, that subsection 4 was found unconstitutional by the 11th Circuit in the Cooper case, and therefore we should disregard that portion of the PBA letter? And that portion of the PBA letter, I want to say, was basically threatening us and saying, if we got involved in this, we could be committing misdemeanors. So I think it's extremely important to clarify that. And I don't want to take up too much time on that, but I think we have what I believe is a misleading letter there.
Ms. Richardson is going to address that specific issue, but we also found in section 4 language that supports our proposal to allow the CRB to be made aware of the existence of a complaint. Our proposal says that will be the existence of a complaint will be numbered and tracked, and that the CRB on a monthly basis will be made aware of the existence of the complaint, not necessarily the police officer's name or details about the complaint, but the fact that a complaint with regard to a certain issue was in fact filed. And that, again, this is for the purposes of establishing a complaint tracking system. So let us just explain to you what section 4 also says, because this is the language that we think gives the CRB and the citizens the right to know about the complaints. Ursula?
In the PBA letter, they're referencing section 4 of 112-533, so it's Florida Statute 533, subsection 4, and that section is the section where essentially it makes it a misdemeanor for anybody who is participating in the investigation, including the person who complained, any of the witnesses, the investigator, the officer who is the subject of the investigation, or even their legal counsel. It makes it a misdemeanor for those people to disclose information that has been obtained during the investigation, such as what the witnesses said, also what evidence has been gathered, and it makes it very specific that it applies to those people. But that section goes on further to say, additionally, a sheriff, a police chief, or other head of a law enforcement agency, or his or her designee is not precluded by this section from acknowledging the existence of a complaint and the fact that an investigation is underway. And that's all we're proposing, is that so that the CRB just has an idea of what type of things are coming in. The proposed ordinance has the words redacted in it for a reason, because we wanted to make sure that it will not name the complainant, it will not name the officer who may be the subject of that investigation, but certainly the CRB being made aware that an investigation has been opened on a police shooting, which by policy is required. We don't believe that that runs afoul of the officer's bill of rights.
Ms. Richardson, Ms. Grimes, I think that's all good, and I started out by saying you guys have made some good changes. I think that's one of them. That wasn't my question. My question was specific to the Cooper case. The Cooper case, as I read it last night, 15 years ago, the 11th Circuit struck down the very chilling provision of a threat of a misdemeanor as related to paren 4. And yet the PBA attorney relied on that. No attorney in the city has disputed that. And I'm confused about that. So if we could specifically hone in on the Cooper case as related to paren 4, are we at risk of a misdemeanor in doing any of this, as the PBA attorney said?
It's our position that we are not, and that the CRB wouldn't be subjected to anything in the department. Again, it's not confidential that someone has made a complaint. If that were the case, when the news media reports that somebody has, opened an investigation or that they have made a complaint, that person by its very nature supposedly would be subjected to criminal penalties. I need to get familiar with the Cooper case, but I didn't find a single case involving anyone ever being prosecuted under 112.533 subsection 4.
And I think what we're saying is that...
Wait. The Cooper case was specific about a prosecution. It was a prosecution of a gentleman in Key West who was prosecuted under paren 4, and that's why the court struck it as unconstitutional. But listen, I'm only allowed a certain amount of time, so let me move on to more substantive stuff, and I guess we can talk law behind the scenes a little bit. I think it's extremely important that Ms. Richardson described this ordinance as, quote, your ordinance. That's what she said about 15 minutes ago. And I know what she meant. It's really the city's ordinance. Every citizen in this community, it's their ordinance. But in reality, it's council's ordinance in regard to the fact that we have the ability under the charter to amend ordinances. And again, I don't want to get into legal arguments about that, but I believe this is a standing committee. And as a standing committee, since it's a standing committee created by ordinance, we have the ability to amend it. Obviously, if we amend it, that would go to the mayor. The mayor has the ability to sign all amendments or to veto our amendments, and then that would come back to us if she vetoed it. But anyway, that's all down the road. I hope we can all continue to get along and make good improvements to this. That's just one attorney's opinion on that, in my opinion. Let me finish up at the end, if you would, Gina. Let me get to the substance. What I'd like to do, council, is I'd like to make a couple of very minor motions, and they aren't motions to amend the ordinance. They're motions to direct legal staff to draft some language to bring back to us at a later date whenever we start discussing this again. And I'd like to, and Mr. Chairman, I can lump them all together or I can do them separately, but basically these are 4 issues that many residents have written to us and spoken to us today that they would like to see addressed the next time we talk. And I'm not saying the administration needs to support it. I'm not saying that even council needs to support these individual issues, but I think it's important that we get legal staff to draft up some language that we could subsequently vote on down the road. Mr. Chairman, I'll look for your guidance in terms of process on that. But I can bundle them together. I can do them separately if there's 4 of them.
Would you like to wait until the other council members speak? We have a few more, and then after council members finish, so we can hear from everybody.
Yes, sir.
Like to bundle that. I do ask that no motions be made for August 6th, which of course is right around the corner. I have the calendar in front of me, and I'll guide you which days work, just so there's sufficient public notice and whatnot. Considering the virtual circumstances here. But Councilman Dingfelder, let's wait until a couple other council members speak. We'll close out that discussion, and then we'll take motions at that point, if that's all right.
Yes, sir.
All right, is that it?
That's it for now.
Okay, I'll come back to you with your motion. Next up is Councilmember Citro, then Councilmember Miranda, followed by Vieira, and then I'll take it at the end. Councilman Citro, do you have any questions or comments at this point?
Mr. Chair, I thank you very much for this time, and I will be very, very brief. Chief Dugan, if you're still there, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to the Tampa Police Department's fair and impartial community workshop that was held last Wednesday, the 22nd. I was very impressed by the facilitator, the only disappointment I had was that I was expecting that to be a packed house full of concerned citizens to hear about the workshop and the news that TPD was bringing. I was disappointed that there were so many empty seats. I did see members from the ACLU there, also community members, and a lot of Tampa Police Department personnel that were there. So, Chief, I truly thank you for that invitation. Mr. Chair, and I'd also like to thank staff for this report. I'm sorry, Chief, are you there?
Chief Dugan, are you there?
Chief, I appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, there are some asks that I'd like to thank staff for this presentation. One is a qualification for any new citizen review board members that would like to become or interested in, and that is that each new member that is brought on also go through the Tampa Police Department Citizens Police Academy. I feel that should be a requirement, and I feel that it should be done within a 3-month period of being selected for the Citizens Review Board. This board is established to better police relationships with the community, members of the community, and to provide much more transparency. I would like to make sure that bias is taken out of the equation and that the people that are going to be appointed to the Citizens Review Board go through this training like I have, like other members of the council have. It shows a different type of insight to what we're used to for what police officers go through each and every day. I would also like to add that immediate family members of the people that are going to be selected for the review board have not been arrested by TPD and or don't have any lawsuits pending against TPD. Again, I think we are making progress. I feel we're moving forward, and I'd like to see something come very, very soon. Again, thank you for staff, Mr. Chair. That's all at this time.
Thank you very much. Councilman Miranda.
Thank you much, Mr. Chairman. Likewise, the previous speaker, I understand what he's saying, and I appreciate the thoughts, and I hope that what he's saying comes to reality in the near future for someone who wants to serve in this very important board. I'm not prepared at this time, although I don't know exactly what the motions are going to be that are going to be put on the floor by a council member regarding the subject matter. I'm here today to understand, get more information of the facts that were presented. So in the future, very near future, I would say, I can make my own decision on how I feel about the whole concept of whether we should or should not, whether we will or won't, and all those questions that have to be answered. So I don't know what the items are that are going to be voted on today, but if anything to do with something that we're going to do presently, I need some time to understand all the ramifications and all the pluses and the minuses on this very important vote that we're going to take today. So that's all I got to say right now.
Thank you very much, Councilman Miranda. Councilman Vieira, and then I'll wrap it up, and we'll go to motion. Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your leadership and work in navigating today's meeting under always very difficult circumstances. I thank my colleagues and everybody for their words that have been said today. I think, just one thing I think is worth repeating, which is that the things that we discuss here have nothing from this council to do with regards to attacking law enforcement. I say that because anybody who knows me knows about my feelings for our first responders, including our law enforcement and police officers and their families. We honor that work. But we also know that, being troubled or outraged over what we've seen doesn't make you anti-police. Feeling that there's a need for change and accountability doesn't make you anti-police. We need things like body cameras, which this council has moved on. We need implicit bias training, which we'll talk about in a little bit, community involvement, and civilian boards properly defined. These are things that any, in my opinion, 21st century community would need. You know, in taking a look at what's been proposed and all the different ideas that have been coming forward, talk to the administration, talk to a lot of different people on different, you know, sides of this, just some basic ideas that I'd like to see going forward. First, I know there's been mention on updates to Tampa City Council. We get a report from the CRB. I would like to see that being done live. I think that's something that's very important on an annual basis for a live appearance by CRB members who can come, including the chair, with a summary of status of hearings, proposed recommendations for any changes by the members, and through a report that could be signed by all members of the CRB with dissenting opinions included, kind of like you see in court cases. Now, why do I want that? Because I don't just want to hear from a majority of the CRB. I want to hear from all of the members of the CRB. I think that's something that's very, very important. Also, Tampa City Council members should be informed fully from firsthand and stakeholders in this. I would like to see some, I don't know if we can put this in the ordinance, but some encouragement from members to commit to going live whenever we can, of course, to at least one CRB meeting a year in person. I think that's something that's very, very important for us. I know many of us have gone, et cetera, but I just think as a general principle, I certainly think that's very, very important. I'd also like to see continued community meetings by the CRB, 4 town halls a year in each district, in all 4 of the districts for the 4 parts of the city of Tampa, to get community involvement. I think that's something that's very, very important. There have been other issues that we'll be talking about in the next couple of weeks where there's some dispute. I know there's differences of opinion on a paid attorney for the CRB. You know, there are, and I could be corrected on this, but I know there are certain boards that have had attorneys who are paid by the hour. My recollection is when I was on the Civilian Review Board, we had attorney, it was the great Delano Stewart, who was, I believe, I assume, paid by the hour for his work. I think that for a board like this, moving towards that with safeguards, something to the nature of, if you go over, and I'm just throwing out a number here, 10, 15 hours a month, you must get consent from the city of Tampa, something of that nature where this board has their own separate attorney. I certainly think that's something that I support, and I think that we can do it with, I don't want to be dismissive and say minimal costs, but I think that those costs would certainly be worth it on principle for this board. There's a lot of arguments going forth with regards to the votes, who appoints who. We've seen a lot of different things. I certainly have no objection with a majority coming from Tampa City Council. I have no objection to that. There's been a lot of arguments that have been made that have, you know, won me over to that. But I want to be very clear, which is I do not believe that because somebody is appointed by the mayor or by city council means that they're going to have fidelity to a certain person or to a certain body. I've seen that on the CRB. I do not believe that to be true. But there's other arguments that I think lead me to that. However, just from this councilman, the way that we get there for me is of critical importance. If we get there, is of critical importance. I know many, and we all know many of the members who serve honorably on the CRB. The last thing that I want is for somebody to be unceremoniously and with, in my opinion, great disrespect potentially, kicked off the CRB through some sort of a mandated appointment. I wouldn't want to see that. If we go down this route, it's right now 5-4, right? I think that a very civil but principled way to do it would be that next time the mayor's next time that there is an appointee who is a mayoral appointee and he or she wishes to come off, that appointment would then transfer over to Tampa City Council. I think that that's a good way in which we can, you know, give some deference to that idea, but do it with respect. A lot of other issues, I heard about potentially having one appointment go to either USF or UT, you know, and I say this because I'm an attorney. Let's also look to some of maybe our bar associations for guidance on this. I think about our good friends with the George Edgecombe Bar Association, who could give us a lot of guidance on that. I say that because it was either USF or UT I just throw my good friends with GBA, the George Edgecombe Bar Association, out there. I haven't had any discussions on that with anybody, just something that I thought of. Something else that was spoken of with the city attorney's office yesterday as well was, we have a law school right next to us, Stetson College of Law, maybe working with Stetson for some sort of mediation services program for complaints that may directly come to the CRB. I didn't come up with that idea, by the way. I don't want to take credit. It was something that somebody said, but I happen to think that's a very good idea that we should explore. Again, these are all ideas that we can explore. Some positions that I have and ideas that we're going to be exploring. We're going to have a collaborative process. We're going to have a workable process. And in the end, I think come forward with something that gives the community accountability, that has respect for all the parties at the table, and God willing, something that we can all be very proud of, everybody. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I believe we have heard from all council members. Briefly, I'll wrap it up. I was talking to a friend of mine whose father was a police officer, or with the sheriff's office, not in this county, for decades. And we had a discussion. He goes, why is it that when my father started in the 1960s, they were referred to more as peace officers, and now it's all law enforcement officers? I know that it sounds antiquated. From the 1800s to the 1960s, you would hear peace officer, going back to the Andy Griffith show and whatnot, peace officers. But, I like the term, because when I look at a police officer, I see, if I need help, there's a police officer there. If I'm in danger, there's a police officer. That's how I feel. That's my relationship with police. And I know not everybody feels that way. We've heard public comments. We've heard from people from the last few months to the last few years. But perhaps we can go back to that image of, the term peace officer rather than law enforcement officer, whatever. I mean, that's just discussing image and whatnot. But some of the things that I heard earlier in regards to appointments to this board and city council members having each an appointment, which means 7 from city council and the rest from the mayor, I see no harm, no foul in that, because we are elected by the same people. We're elected, in the city. We're broken up by districts. Some of us are citywide. Some of us are district specific. But at the end of the day, we are elected by the people of this community, the same ones that vote for the mayor and whatnot. So, I don't know what Dean Felder's going to bring up, what other motions are going to be made, but that we do include that city council members have the, one appointment each. The mayor has the power as the chief law enforcement officer in the city to appoint the chief of police. That maintains the idea, the policy of, we are a strong mayor form of government. That's there. And, it's certainly something I would support, that each council member would go with that. And that's really it. I know, I'm waiting to see what motions are made. And before we go to motions, I'd like to hear staff or legal, if they have any response after hearing from the council members. I'll let the legal department staff respond now.
Mr. Chair, point of privilege. Mr. Chair, point of privilege.
Councilman Goose,
but before you have staff come back, I just want to put something out there. I know that we're trying to compromise on a lot of issues. So I'm hoping, since this is a workshop in the near future, that we'll be able, that staff, the legal team, the PBA, the folks that are with the Justice Organization, ACLU, can sit down and maybe kind of come to some compromises to some of these issues on the table, so we walk away that everyone feel we're making effort, which I think we are. So I don't know what Mr. Deanfeld's motion would be, but if that's not from the table, I wish the staff would meet with all the parties involved collectively and see if we can hash some of these things out and come back and do what we need to do for the citizens and the taxpayers of the city of Tampa. Thank you. I yield back, sir.
Thank you very much. Legal department staff, do you have any response to any comments or questions posed by council members before we go to motions?
Gina Grimes, City Attorney. As to Mr. Councilman Good's last suggestion, we have met several times with the ACLU. We're happy to meet with the PBA. We reached out to them yesterday when they sent the letter to Mr. Shelby, but we're happy to touch base with both of those organizations again and try to work together collaboratively. And I do have other parts of a presentation that are legal in nature that I know we've taken up enough of your time this morning, and I certainly can address those when we come back, if that's what you would prefer.
All right, sounds good. All right, we will go to motions. I know Councilman Dingfelder, I will start with you. You had some motions. If you could bundle them all into one motion, if possible. Remember, nothing for August 6th. I have the calendar all the way through September, so we can give staff time to respond, legal to respond, enough public notice and whatnot. So Councilman Dingfelder, if you have a motion at this time, and then I'll go down the line to other council members.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to my fellow council members. Some great comments, some great thoughts. Councilman Miranda, the only thing I wanted to respond back was any motion I make today is not a motion to amend the ordinance by any means. It's just a motion to direct staff to come back to us with additional language. So I just wanted to clarify that. And the other thing I wanted to do before I hit my motion real quick, Mr. Chairman, is in the Cooper decision, I came across an amazing quote. And I know that Councilman Vieira loves to quote case law and other great speakers. In the decision, they said, quote, "In a free society, the public's trust in an official's reputation is won by greater transparency, not the silencing of criticism." And I just thought that was a beautiful statement, because we are a transparent society and we need to be even more transparent. And I think that that's what these citizen boards are all about, is transparency. So with that, I'll try and bundle the motion and also to reflect some of council's comments. Consistent, and here's my motion, consistent, number one, consistent with Councilman Maniscalco and Councilman Vieira's comments, my motion would include the drafting of language that would provide City Council with a majority of the seats on the future CRB. And Mr. Vieira, I agree with you that could be phased in, perhaps over the next year or so people aren't insulted or humiliated. I'll let legal figure out those details, but the gist of that is that the majority of the appointments on the CRB would be from City Council. I totally agree with the citizens who spoke. This needs to be an independent body, and it's not really independent if any mayor is the one making the majority of the appointments and supervising the police department. So there's sort of a contradiction there. So that's the first part of my motion. The second part of my motion would be to add some level of subpoena power to the CRB and language accordingly. I don't think they would use it. City Council has subpoena power, and from my experience, has never used it, at least in my lifetime. I believe the subpoena power is important. I believe, as one of the speakers spoke to, just the fact that they have it might make people more willing to come forward and discuss these issues with that. Now, it's not subpoena power to subpoena the officer who is being complained against. Okay, it's subpoena power to everybody else. Okay, my next item on the list, and there's only two more, is independent counsel. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars on all sorts of police matters, which is very, very important to the community and to me. It's money well spent. It's important money, but we can spend a little bit of money giving this body independent legal counsel. And my fourth point is independent staff. One of the things that bothered me when I read the old ordinance and even the revised ordinance as proposed by Ms. Grimes, not Ms. Grimes, but the administration through Ms. Grimes, is the fact that I kept reading about the fact that a captain sets the agenda, that a captain writes the reports, that a TPD police captain is controlling this body. And I found that really weird because it's not independent. So again, I would propose that we find, a little bit of money in the budget, maybe $50,000 or something like that, to hire some part-time staff to work with the chairman of the CRB and have some independent independent staff. So my motion is 4-part. It's all bundled into one motion unless people want to split it apart. And that would be related to the appointments, the subpoena power, the independent counsel, and the independent staff. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Dingfelder, before I ask for a second, if there is a second, I'm looking at the calendar here. And I'm looking at September. September 3rd is a regular council meeting. We also have
Mr. Chairman, can I suggest,
17th.
do we have a workshop in September?
We have a workshop September 24th at 9 a.m.
Would council like to address these again in a workshop, either in August, maybe in August or September, and then whatever we have to revise the ordinance, we could revise it at a later date. I don't think there's any super urgency, but I do think we should keep the process moving.
Okay, having said that, is there Councilman Goode? Yes, Councilman Goode, go ahead.
On the motion, Mr. Dingfelder, if I can get a friendly amendment to that motion, sir?
Go ahead, Councilman Goode. What is the friendly amendment?
Ms. Dingfelder, as it relates to the hiring policy with the police chief, I think it's 3 officers and a retiree and a CRB, that we have outside community leaders that may be on that board. Again, I think there's too many officers on board for the hiring policy.
Councilman Dingfelder, how do you feel about that amendment?
I'm totally supportive of the of Mr. Goode's and the concept of that. I'm just a little concerned because I don't believe. I know that. Well, I don't know. Maybe I need some advice from Ms. Grimes. I know that they've included some additional input from the CRB in the hiring process, but I don't know if we have the ability to direct the administration otherwise, or are you saying we need to include that in the CRB ordinance? Mr. Goods.
Yeah, I'll see it in the ordinance. I mean, I think you have too many. You need to have some citizens from the community, and that was the reason I made the motion originally. I think you have to have some community leaders that are vetted and put on that hiring board.
Okay. On the hiring review panel or whatever it is. So
correct.
I'll accept that as a friendly motion.
Okay.
And Councilman Dingfelder, Councilman Goods, an important issue was just raised. On that note, from Councilman Dingfelder, with respect to, the hiring of officers, which as Councilman Dingfelder alluded to, is strictly within the authority of the administration of the mayor and the chief of police. But I didn't get to address some of the underlying legal issues that are being touched upon, and dealing with the way the CRB was initially adopted and the way it's structured and the way changes to the CRB ordinance have to be undertaken. It's a very unique situation, the way it was done under the previous administration. And again, I don't want to belabor it today, but there are many legal issues associated with the structure of the CRB and how changes are to be made going forward. We're certainly going to consider all of your feedback in these 5 different areas that you've given us, including the hiring, and discuss them, and then we can report back to you. I'm hoping that we can come back at the workshop in September, because keep in mind, you want us to meet with these other groups, try to work out some sort of compromise with respect to certain provisions, and then redraft it and address your changes, and then bring it all back. So it's going to take, I'm sure, at least to the end of September to get that completed.
Ms. Grimes,
so we
I wasn't, Ms. Grimes, hold on, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Grimes, I wasn't saying that take the chief police power away about the hiring, because the police chief has the ability to hire. I'm just saying, I'm understanding that the board that is being made up is making recommendations to the chief for hire. Is that not correct?
Yes, what the chief had proposed, and this was one of his specific proposals, is rather than the hiring process being handled internally through his staff members, that he would impanel a hiring panel who would evaluate the various different applications. And of course, a lot of them, as you well know, are already have to comply with numerous other standards and qualification requirements. So by the time they would get to the hiring panel, a lot of issues would have been vetted. But Chief Dugan was suggesting that rather than the hiring decision be made by his staff and then ultimately with him, that he also get feedback on that from this hiring panel. I hear what you're saying about having fewer officers and more members of the community, and it's certainly something we will discuss.
Thank you.
Okay, so Councilman Dingfelder, we have September 24th, which is a city council workshop session for this. Would this work? But also keep in mind that August 27th, we have another item, I'm pulling it up here, a workshop. It says review and discuss regulations regarding the police. In addition, city attorney, police chief, chief judge, PDA, state attorney, et cetera, would be invited to speak on this item. Do we still need that, or we can have both discussions? I think we should have both discussions.
Yeah, I like the August discussion, and my motion could roll into September pursuant to Ms. Grimes' request.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councilmember Dingfelder with a friendly amendment from Councilmember Gutierrez, not a second amendment for September 24th. Do we have a second to this motion?
I think Good seconded it.
Yeah, I'll second it. I'll second it.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Vieira.
Yes, Councilman Vieira, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I want clarification on this because I'm confused a little bit on this, particularly with the issue of subpoena power. I've been told by all the other issues I'm either open to, in the sense that we can get more information and evaluate it, or I'm fully supportive of with the information that I have. I have been told that City Council cannot create subpoena power for this board outside of a charter or a state statute authorizing that. Are we asking City Legal to draw up an ordinance amendment for that?
This is just to discuss the item at a workshop in September. This is not a
I was going to say,
This is discussion purposes, and then at that workshop we can tweak, we can discuss it there, we can make a motion for a formal change moving forward to change the ordinance or whatever. So this is informational, like we had today, staff report, whatever, specific to what Councilmember Dingfelder wrote, specified in his motion for September 24th, which is a city council workshop session.
Okay. So this
Chairman?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, let me clarify my intent, Mr. Vieira, because that's a good question. I guess my desire is, where possible, where legally possible, that the legal staff would draft up language, for us to consider, just like they've drafted up language that came from the administration. They could draft additional language for a future ordinance, an amendment to the future ordinance, an amendment to the existing ordinance. They could draft that up. However, if they conclude that it's not legally possible, and I've never heard that opinion, Mr. Vieira, but if they conclude that they believe it's not legally possible, then they need to give us a legal memorandum as to why something is not legally possible. For example, subpoena power. Okay.
And if I may, Mr. Chair. Oh, go ahead, sir.
Sorry. Yeah, so if that's okay, I modified or clarified my own motion a little bit.
So the way I read this is a report, if I'm correct. Can I get somebody from City Legal, because I want to make sure that I'm on proper ground here when I make that statement, to opine just quickly. I know that there's going to be more research and looking into this, but just for purposes of going forward, can we get someone to state something on this issue, Ms. Grimes, whoever it may be?
Yes. There
Thank you.
there were 3 legal issues that we had intended to address. One dealt with the way the CRB was created and structured and how it's limited through this combination of an executive order and a city code. The second legal issue we needed to address was the subpoena powers, and the third had to do with investigative powers. And also, we did plan to also address the PBA's issues that they had raised. But with respect to subpoena power, it's our position that that can only be granted by statute or through the charter. And we want City Council to consider the fact that you, 7 elected officials, have only limited subpoena power. And it's expressed and provided for in the charter that you may only exercise your subpoena power when you're exercising legislative authority and conducting an investigation. You have the power then to compel the attendance of witnesses through subpoena. So you yourselves, 7 elected officials, have limited subpoena powers. So I want you to think about, does it, from a common sense standpoint, you do not have the power to simply grant to the CRB broad subpoena powers for witnesses at their hearings. You yourself don't have it, so how could you in fact delegate it to another body? Your charter does not provide or allow the council to delegate that authority under the charter. We actually have a couple cases that we can cite to, and I can provide all of this in a legal memorandum. But in order for the CRB to have subpoena power, it would have to be expressly provided for through an amendment to the charter. And just by way of information, I know that Tampa for Justice and the ACLU know this and in fact have acknowledged it, because back in 2016, they proposed a charter amendment to the Tampa charter to do just that, to create a citizen investigative panel that would have subpoena power. So by submission of their own charter amendment, they acknowledge that it takes a charter amendment to grant subpoena power to the CRB or to a citizen investigative panel.
This is Carlson. Could I respond to that? Or
Councilman Carlson.
The reason why they did that was because the last mayor was fighting them and had hired an outside counsel to try to have a charter fight over this. And it was an end around the last mayor to try to do it. It wasn't an admission that there was any charter prohibition of it. And we can all sort this out with all the lawyers talking behind the scenes in the next couple of weeks, and then we can discuss it at the next meeting.
And this is Vieira, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to make the point of what I've been told. If that's something that can be discussed at the next meeting and we carry it forward under the view of a report, I have no objection to that. In terms of further discussion, obviously I don't think discussion hurts anybody. But I wanted to, if I may, and I don't know if Councilman Dingfelder would be amenable to this, just 2 very friendly amendments, if I may, to this. May I make that, Mr. Chair?
How friendly? Go ahead.
Very as friendly as me. The first one, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if this would be the proper form for it. I would think so. Number 1 is to provide for annual live reporting to Tampa City Council. I don't know if that was put in there from the CRB, just for a report on that, and that being included in a prospective ordinance amendment. And then for the community meetings by the CRB in each district, again, I don't know if that's something that would be relevant to that, but it could be under the idea of carrying it forward for formal discussion.
Mr. Vieira and Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Go ahead, Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Vieira, I definitely accept both of those very friendly amendments. The first one I had actually proposed a few weeks ago to Ms. Grimes in writing as well, and I think the second one Ms. Richardson alluded to in her draft. So anyway, I think they're both great suggestions, Mr. Vieira, and I appreciate it, and I accept them wholeheartedly as long as Mr. Goods does as well.
Mr. Goods, are those amendments fine with you?
I mean, Mr. Chair, they are. I accept them. I just glad Mr. Vieira brought that point up. you know, this is a fact finding right now. Like I said earlier, my earlier statement is to make sure that we have the actual facts and making sure that we have one side is saying one thing and another side is saying something, and we just find what the actual facts are. If it has to be independently given to us, then that way we can make an informed decision. That way we're not trying to spend all kinds of legal fees and taking money out of the budget to fight legal fees. And we need housing, we need other things to go into the city, and not having any money to do what we need to do. So I'm glad we're having this discussion, and hopefully everything we were talking about, we will be come back and give us the actual facts on how they got there and derived. And that's why it's important that they meet with all these people, maybe together at in-house or Zoom, whatever, just kind of hash out some of these things and make some compromises to come back so we can make some decisions. Thank you, and you're back.
All right, thanks very much. We have a motion from Councilmember Dingfelder with amendments from Councilman Goods and Councilman Vieira. This is for September 24th at our workshop session at 9 a.m. A motion from Councilman Dingfelder, a second from Councilmember Goods. We'll take a roll call. We'll start with.
May I speak on that, Mr. Chairman?
Councilman Miranda, go ahead.
Thank you very much. As I stated earlier, and I know that the Honorable Councilmember District 2 brought up the 4 items that he wished to speak on, and my contention is, I said it earlier, I was not prepared to vote until I got all the information and sat on it for a little bit, and I appreciate September 24th. However, I want to make sure before I vote that the 4 items that were brought up are you asking the legal department to bring them up and speak on them, or you're asking the legal department to be prepared with an ordinance for September 24th? One way I vote yes, the other way I would vote no.
Councilman Dingfelder, if you want to clarify that this is informational.
Well, it's informational, but just as they have drafted the administration's proposal, I'd like them to provide us a red line version that would include these items in the form of a very, very draft motion. Again, September 24th is another workshop. We can't even vote on, on any ordinances at a workshop. So there's nothing to be concerned about. But just to move this process along and get things in writing that ultimately we could vote on, not at September 24th, I think that legal staff, my motion is that legal staff would just draft these as possible amendments to the proposed ordinance. And where that, like I said, and where they can't provide us a legal memorandum as to why they think legally we can't. So that's the intent of my motion, Mr. Miranda. I hope I clarified it.
If I may ask this, so you're talking about the 4 items: subpoena powers, independent counsel, independent staff, and somewhat a quasi hiring of officers. But I thought these were the 4 that were going to be bundled up. So on September 24th, we're going to speak just on these 4 items regarding the makeup of the CRB board and how the performance is going to be based on these 4 items, adding to them. And if it's going to come up in any way before it gets to September 24th with any type of ordinances being prepared one way or the other, then I would vote no. If it's a go September 24th, and only because I'm not digesting all 4 of them at once, and I want to get some more information from myself so I can be much better prepared than I am today. And on September 24th, and these are the 4 items that are going to be brought up, to simply digest them and see which ones we're going to get, 1, 2, 3, or 4 all at once, or 1 to pass, or 2 or pass, or whatever. But if we're going to have the legal department anyway bundle this to present as a future ordinance, then I'll vote no. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, there were 4 when I made it, and then Councilman Goods added the 5th. And then Mr. Vieira added the 6th and 7th. So I think there's now, by my count, I think there's 7.
Yeah, we have 7 also, Mr. Dingfelder.
Thank you, just for the clerk's benefit.
All right. If there's no other discussion, we'll go to a vote. Motion from Councilman.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, Vieira, and I appreciate it, Mr. Chair. Just very briefly, my understanding of this, and I just want to make sure before I vote one way or another, we are not endorsing any of these items. We're moving to push these forward for regards to a narrowly tailored discussion on these issues. That's how I'm looking at this. I want to make sure that that's how it's proposed, that we're pushing it forward for a discussion, and that we're not, endorsing the items for inclusion in an ordinance. We're pushing this forward for a discussion in a workshop.
Yes.
That's my understanding. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilman Dingfelder. We have a second from Councilman Good. Councilman, we'll take a roll call vote on this. Councilman Vieira.
Vieira,
Yes.
Booth,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Miranda,
Based on what the Councilman District 7 said, it's just being pushed for discussion, I'll vote yes. If it's the other way, I'll vote no, but I'll vote yes, as I heard it.
Carlson,
Yes.
Petro,
For discussion purposes only, yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Councilmember Dingfelder being the maker of the motion and Councilmember Gould seconding the motion.
Okay, we'll go to actually, before we go to item 8, I know that August 27th, we have that item up regarding the city attorney, police chief, chief judge, PBA, to review, discuss the regulations regarding the police and whatnot. Councilman Carlson, I believe you made that motion. Do you wish that to stand for August 27th? Or now that we've made this motion for September and having the discussion there? Councilman Carlson, any thoughts on that?
You're asking whether we should move them to the same day? Is that the question?
Yeah, I mean, everything at this point is virtual, so it's not, a matter of folks coming in. They can call in, but do you want to bundle that all into one day, or do you want to have two separate discussions?
That's
August
fine with
27th.
me. That's fine with
Wanna-
me. It's a separate discussion, because the CRB is a subset of the other discussion. So I don't care which day it's on if you want to move it. You want me to make a motion to move it?
Yeah, if you would make a motion for this item, which we have scheduled for a 9 a.m. workshop, if you want to make that motion to change it, postpone it to September 24th, so we can have that day with all this similar discussion.
Yeah, so move.
All right, we have a motion from Councilman Carlson to postpone the August 27th item to September 24th. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Councilman Miranda. Roll call vote.
Vieira,
Yes.
Booth,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson. Carlson,
Yes.
Petro,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Councilmember Carlson being the maker of the motion and Councilmember Miranda seconding the motion.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to jump to item number 8 because I believe it ties into this. This is the implicit bias discussion. Motion made by Councilman Vieira. I know we have Andrea Zellman with our legal department to discuss this item. Ms. Zellman is on the line and she'd like to take this. And then after
Yes.
this, we'll go back to the regular agenda, in order. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the council. Andrea Zellman, Deputy City Attorney. And with me today to speak, if necessary, are Greg Collar, a Sergeant with the Tampa Police Department Training Unit, Mark Bogush, Assistant Fire Chief, Kelly Austin, Director of Human Resources, Kay Hunter, the City of Tampa's Training and Development Manager, Rachel Peterkin, Assistant City Attorney, who did a lot of the composing of the ordinance, which you were provided a draft copy of, and Dr. Lori Friedel from USF, whom I've asked to speak and will introduce in just a little bit. Again, for background, in 2019, the city charter was revised to require the city to implement a comprehensive harassment, anti-discrimination, implicit bias, and cultural competency training program for all city employees at an interval and manner as established by ordinance. And from here on, I'm going to refer to that training in shorthand as implicit bias training, but please note that by definition in the ordinance, in the draft ordinance, that training includes all of the other subject areas I just listed. So when we drafted this ordinance, we drafted it with the goal of describing the interval and manner in which the training will be provided as required by the charter, but we also didn't want to limit the city's ability to be fluid and adaptable as issues arise and circumstances change. So for that reason, the ordinance was drafted to include minimum hourly requirements with the understanding that those hours will typically be exceeded. For example, the draft ordinance requires that all new law enforcement officers receive 11 hours of implicit bias training after being hired. But I would note that Tampa Police Department already requires training. In addition to the implicit bias training, they also require training in autism awareness, diabetes awareness. They do a 4-hour session at the Holocaust Museum. They do sessions on PTSD awareness, LGBTQ awareness, simulator exercises, scenario-based training, and other such training that has implicit bias, cultural competency, anti-discrimination, and related issues woven throughout. You know, again, we thought it was important to avoid making the ordinance too specific or too prescriptive because we wanted to leave open the flexibility to adapt to new issues and new areas of sensitivity as they occur. We also, and I know Councilman Goose asked about this, but we did not want to specify in the ordinance what number of hours would be in person rather than online or in another format, because again, circumstances and technology can rapidly change. For example, this pandemic made in-person training difficult, if not impossible, in some circumstances. Also, you know, some of the better training can involve online simulation and things in that nature. So other points to note just basically about the ordinance are it divides those receiving the training into 2 groups. And this is where it differs from an earlier draft you saw in March. It identifies employees other than law enforcement. And please note that includes elected officials such as yourself. And then the law enforcement officers. And we segregated them out because they do use different trainers than the rest of the city. And again, they're required to participate in different areas of study than the rest of the city employees. So in a nutshell, under the ordinance as drafted, all non-law enforcement employees will be required to receive a minimum of 4 hours of implicit bias training after they're hired, with 2-hour refresher classes every 2 years. Anyone who is promoted to a management or supervisory position will also receive 2 additional hours of training. As I noted before, all law enforcement officers will be required to receive a minimum of 11 hours of implicit bias training after being hired. Likewise, they'll also have to have a minimum of 2-hour refresher classes every 2 years. Those that are promoted to a management or supervisory position, again, will receive an additional 2 hours of training. Now, at this point, I'd like to ask Dr. Lori Friedel to speak about just one piece of the training that our law enforcement officers receive. Dr. Friedel is a USF criminology professor. She's the CEO of Fair and Impartial Policing, LLC, and she's a national expert on bias policing. As Councilman Citro mentioned, he and Council Miranda and I recently attended a workshop she led where we and other members of the community had the opportunity to see firsthand a sample of the training that our police officers receive. Dr. Friedel, are you on the line?
Are you able to hear me, Andrea?
Yes, please go ahead.
Very good. Members of the City Council, I'm very pleased to be able to speak with you today about implicit bias training for police. As Andrea indicated, I'm the founder of the Fair and Impartial Policing Program, or FIP, and we're the #1 provider of implicit bias awareness training for law enforcement in North America. So I've been asked to tell you about our program and the training that we provide around North America and have provided to the Tampa Police Department. And I'm hoping this short, and I promise it's short description, will be informative as you consider the ordinance. So the key content of our training for law enforcement is as follows. First of all, we talk about the science of implicit bias. And in doing so, we cover various types of bias. Second, and importantly, we discuss how implicit bias might manifest in policing. And under this heading, we talk about a lot of biases: race, ethnicity, dress, gender, age, disability, religion, sexual orientation, sexual identity. And then we also highlight a lot of law enforcement circumstances or activities where bias might manifest. The third part of the content is discussing the consequences of bias policing, the consequences, for instance, to the person on the receiving end, the officer, the agency, and the community. And then, really importantly, the final piece of content is skills. These classes are designed for adult learners. The trainees sit at tables that are formed into a U so that we can maximize interaction. We have a maximum of 30 in the room. And then we make sure it's very interactive. There's small group and large group discussions, scenarios, problem solving to bring this content to life. Now, especially for police audiences, we feel very strongly that the initial classes, the first round, which we call basic training, be face-to-face. And there's two key reasons for this. One is reducing the defensiveness and doing that effectively. But then secondly, also to allow for open and honest exchanges. Regarding the first, you're not surprised that police often come into these classes very defensive about this topic. First thing we have to do is break through that defensiveness, and we do that with a great curriculum and a credible trainer who can hear their concerns, push back on their stereotypes about bias training, and get them on board with our message. So this can't be done online or even virtually very effectively. But then second, the training really asks individuals to reflect on their own biases and share their experiences, including experiences they have had on the receiving end of biased behavior. And again, this requires face-to-face interaction. For law enforcement departments, we have different curricula for different levels of the department. We have curricula for patrol officers, and that includes new recruits, first-line supervisors, mid-managers, as well as command level. Now, I mentioned the key content, and the last thing I mentioned on that list was skills. And it's actually because of these skills that we have these customized trainings for the different groups. So, for instance, the skills for officers: reduce your biases, manage your biases, beware of the biases of others, which includes colleagues and community members, when it is feasible, slow things down, and finally, make decisions using your fair and impartial policing lens. Let me comment just briefly on the first two, which is reduce and manage your biases, because there's been some misleading press coverage this summer that implies that the purpose of implicit bias training is to reduce or eliminate biases. And this is way too aspirational. We do train, as I said, on various skills to reduce our biases over the long term. But our key focus is on managing our biases, which is what anybody can do right when they walk out of the classroom. So that was skills for officers. For supervisors, they have to have all of those skills mentioned above, but then also skills and techniques for supervising to promote fair and impartial policing. This means skills for monitoring their direct reports for potentially biased behavior, and then skills for intervening when supervisors suspect it. The command level is the longest version of our training because their skills, quote unquote, is what I call the comprehensive strategy to produce fair and impartial policing. The command level folks have to recognize that they've got a lot of well-intentioned individuals in their department who have implicit biases, but we also have people in policing with explicit biases. And command level needs to be attending to both. The topics we discuss are recruitment and hiring, policy, leadership and culture, training, supervision and accountability, measurement, operations, and outreach to diverse communities. Our most popular version of the command level training is actually the command community sessions, where some of the people in the room are leaders of the agency and others are leaders in the community. So that describes our law enforcement curriculum, and we have produced or are in the process of reducing curricula for other audiences. We work with DJJ to produce a curriculum for juvenile justice officials. We have curricula for prosecutors and defenders, private security, civilians, and city and county employees. I know one of the things you'll be discussing is the length of training, as well as the need for follow-up courses. Our basic curriculum, meaning our first round, which covers implicit bias and anti-discrimination, is 8 hours for patrol officers, for supervisors, and for mid-managers. Our command or command community training is 1.5 days in length. And we feel this is sufficient for conveying the principles and the skills. Implicit bias is based on science, but it's not rocket science. And we need to make sure the trainings aren't so long that, in fact, we produce a backlash to their receptiveness. We have a booster training, and this is the training that you would implement 12 months, 18 months after the basic training. These are half-day sessions. We convey the same principles, but in a new and different format. Our third round of training for our clients will be online. We feel at that point it is sufficient, and that's going to be 2 to 3 hours. Now, really importantly, in between the basic training and the booster training and the third round, we encourage agencies to reinforce the fair and impartial policing messages through the chief's communications, through the supervisor communications, roll call training. We encourage them to infuse the principles of fair and impartial policing in in-service training. With regard to TPD specifically, under Jane Castor in 2014, we held a 1-day command community training and a mid-managers training. Jane Castor hosted a regional training of trainers. And when we hold a training of trainers, that means that agencies are sending their trainers to learn how to implement 2 of our curricula, the curricula for patrol officers and for supervisors. This summer for Chief Dugan, we have held what we call a TOT/booster session. And again, Chief Dugan sent us his trainers, and they learned the updated version of our basic training, and they learned how to implement the booster training. As you've heard, we've developed special evening sessions for community members and held 2 of those last week at the convention center. And currently we are in discussions with Chief Dugan about holding a command or a command community. And I am happy to respond to any questions from City Council members.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Friedel. I just have a few closing remarks before we turn it over to council for questions. I wanted to note that I know you all received and we received the correspondence from the Restorative Justice Coalition, and that they've recommended that law enforcement officers receive at least 49 hours of implicit bias training, and that the rest of us city employees, including yourselves, receive 40 hours. But we believe that is just not realistic or necessary for several reasons. First, as Dr. Friedel just noted, that number of hours is not necessary in order for that training to be effective. Second, requiring our employees, including council members such as yourself, to spend that much time away from our jobs and training would be a strain on the city budget and also very disruptive to the city and the citizens who rely on our services. And we would ask you to keep in mind that most of our employees are required to receive job-specific and other types of training in addition to implicit bias training. So, for example, in addition to the various types of police training I've already described, every Tampa police officer is required to receive regular training and testing of their physical abilities, of their use of firearms and tasers,
defensive driving and other such subjects. And even those of us in the legal department, I know some of the council members can relate to this, have to participate in over 40 hours of continuing legal education every 3 years, which is around 15 plus hours a year. And even you council members have to are required by state statute to receive 4 hours of ethics training every year. So, you know, in addition to implicit bias training, we all have to receive a lot of other training. So it just would not be feasible or necessary to add to our existing training requirements the amount of hours of training that the Restorative Justice Coalition is suggesting. So with that, that completes my presentation. And again, we are all here to answer any other questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Since Councilmember Vieira was the maker of this motion, we'll start with Councilman Vieira and then we'll go down the line. Councilman Vieira, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. I again wanted to echo the thanks for the hard work, not just of the staff now, but of our Charter Review Board members, including Councilman Goods, Carlson, Citro, as well as Ms. Bellman, Mr. Massey, and so many others. I always like to brag on my friend, Michael Stevens, who many of you all know. I believe he's the gentleman on the board who brought up this issue. And Mr. Stevens is just a good person, and I'm always thankful for his and everybody's service. You know, we need this ordinance. It's certainly something that is something that every good 21st century city that values tolerance and justice should certainly have on the books. I've been, and I'll just be blunt, I've been outraged by what I read from some of our national leaders who put down the idea that there is implicit bias. Certain national leaders have said that. It is beyond me how anybody can contest the idea of implicit bias in the world that we live in. We have tragedies that are often explicit and based on often violent manifested bias. We saw that in Minneapolis, we saw that in Brunswick, we saw it in Charlottesville, Pulse, Tree of Life, etc. But then we have tragedies that are person to person, person to group, dealing with implicit bias based on how people are raised, the people that folks affiliate with. And the difference is that we often implicitly have a negative reaction to. And there's so many situations where we've talked about obviously the issue of race and the resulting acute and often violent situations that we have because of different challenges. We've talked about disability and the great gains that we've made with the city with regards to sensory-friendly autism, different issues like that. My oldest brother, as many of you all know, is intellectually disabled. I know that firsthand, and how folks need to be properly trained in how to deal with those with disabilities. I also come from the district in the city of Tampa that I would put a monetary bet on this. It's probably the most religiously diverse district in the city of Tampa. We have Christians, we have Jews, we have Sikhs, Muslims, Buddhists, Hindus, etc. Throughout all the city of Tampa. We know that anti-Semitism exists. We know that Islamophobia exists. We need continued training for this. And also on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. I'll just be blunt. You know, as we grow as people, we learn different moral truths that maybe we weren't brought up with. And I'd ask everybody who's listening, check your age right now. Is your attitude now on the LGBTQ community the same as it was 30 years ago? I'm 42. You know, we're raised with certain things. That creates implicit bias that we all have to overcome. There's a few things that I'd like to see here with this. I think it's very important. I want to confirm this, that we have an ordinance that pushes for, in large part, training not by an internal person, but by an outside entity or party with a demonstrated record of sensitivity to these issues that I've talked about. Does it cost extra money? Yes, but it's certainly well worth it. It's well worth it not only on the moral principle, but as an attorney, I can tell you it's also worth it on the legal basis as well. I also think that we should be updated live as a city council once a year, just once a year, on this ordinance and the progress that we're making, the steps that we're taking, and the improvements that can be made. We do this, I think, for two reasons. Number one is we learn based on the experiences of this ordinance and how it's going. Number two is realities. You know, in 1965, the identities that people were looking at for civil rights issues aren't the same as 2000, and in 2000 they're not the same as 2020. That is, issues of immigration status, religion, sexual orientation, etc., become more prevalent as the years go by. We ought to be briefed on this once a year so that we can look for improvements. And with regards to training hours, I don't know what to measure what's being proposed with. Again, that is certainly something that we can look at today, as well as year by year for improvements that we can make to the ordinance. I think those are certain things that I want to make sure that are in there. But again, this is an important issue, and it's important for the city of Tampa to take an aggressive step on this, especially with national voices that incredibly deny the existence of implicit bias. As outlandish as it may seem, we have that, and we have to take a stand on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Next, we go to Councilmember Goods. Go ahead, Councilmember Goods.
Again, thank you for your leadership, Mr. Chair. This is a hot topic for me. I can remember when I first became a police officer, and Sandy Freeman knew the need to hire more African Americans. But she also had the department hire Mr. James Tokley, our Port Creek for Tampa and for Hillsborough County. And he was tasked with putting on this type of training in person. And I can tell you, a lot of people didn't like that, and Mr. Tokley was run off. In-person training, when you're talking about implicit bias, is the best training. Even though we're in a world now of COVID, and trust me, I was sick, which I understand we have to use other mechanisms to get the point across. And that's why I asked for a chief diversity officer, someone who can monitor the trends, the situations that are going, not just with law enforcement. Let's put that out in the realm. There are other departments that have issues too within the city. You may not hear them a lot, but I hear them because I'm a black male, and people call my office about things that go on, things that are said, things that are done. Training. You can train all day long, but it's a person's heart. It's a person's conscience that really, really makes them change if they duly want to change. But I know training is needed. And I always look at who's training. Who's training who? We can have our favorites and select some people, but are they really having the heart to train and really get to the nitty-gritty to get to the souls of those who may not understand, that come from different communities? As a black man, as a young boy, I had to be told by my parents where not to go, what to say, how to dress, how to act around white folks, where others had never had to have that training. So to me, it's who's training the trainers and who's giving the information out so people can really understand. See, if you never, you can go to school and you can have the best knowledge of everything, but if you never had the really experience of being in communities that are underserved, of being around different people with disabilities, working with them, see, that's how you understand how to deal with people. Fortunately, I've had the opportunity, being a youth coach, that I work with kids with disabilities, to understand their disabilities and how they feel they want to be a part of playing ball. So for me, when you put training in front of you, you have to have experience, and people have to go and experience those to sometimes get those biases out of them and say, wow, I didn't realize that. I didn't understand that. I had a gaffe a year ago, and I had to meet with some people to understand about the Jewish community. I never was taught about the Jewish community. It's not taught in my community. I mean, that word is used all the time. But I've met with some good folks who we've been talking and communicating, and I'm seeing it happen across the country where you have some African Americans that are saying that word, not knowing what it really means and knowing the culture. See, if you don't know the culture, and sometimes it's an honest mistake sometimes because you don't know. And training is important, but I'm hoping that the administration will come back on the 6th with hopefully that idea of employing that chief diversity officer. And even with this here, we're talking today, having an outside person. and making sure they have people who really live some of those dreams to be able to come in and talk about those dreams or be on Zoom to talk about culture. So I think that's what we have to look at, making sure that we're getting the point across and people are actually being trained and they're being touched by what is reality in today's society. I yield back to the chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Councilmember Dingfelder, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an interesting discussion. I don't know if the professor is still on or not, but I appreciate her comments and information. If she's on, I did have a question for her.
Go ahead.
I'm here.
Okay. I think very recently I read an article, a pretty lengthy article in the New York Times about implicit bias training, going on all over the nation and controversial as one might expect. They talk about the amount of hours that different cities are utilizing. I do have concern about sort of a minimal approach on this. Do you see any downside if either now or in the future the city increase the number of hours for the bias training, perhaps multiple times a year or whatever, just to keep everybody fresh and sharp on those issues?
Good. So thank you for that. So yeah, it's a critically important issue. I think we have to be careful that we don't determine the number of hours by the importance of the issue alone. It really is how much time do we need to convey what needs to be conveyed. And as I said before, we felt that first training, 8 hours for most of that staff is sufficient. But the point you make that I think would be really important is, maybe not bringing them back 4 or 5 times during a year before the booster training, but making sure they get those reinforced messages. We recently made a video. It's on our website at fipolicing.com, which is a roll call linked video that applies the fair and impartial policing concepts to the problem we've been hearing about people of color wearing masks in, Walmart or whatever, and having the police called. And we've made a commitment at FIP to make more of those. So what I would see, Councilperson Dingfelder, is, we do believe in our basic, followed 18 months by the booster, but your point is very well taken, and I think it can be done in short spurts.
Okay. Well, maybe we can figure out how to incorporate those good thoughts into whatever ordinance we might be doing. The other question I had, ma'am, was, and I hate to even bring it up because I'm not a naysayer, but there were some people in that article. Did you see the article in the Times? There were some people in that article that,
yeah, probably, yeah.
Yeah, some people in that article that questioned the efficacy of these programs at all. And I guess I believe that we should have this training. I think Councilman Vieira and Goods said it very well. The importance of this type of training for everybody, including council members. But have you done research on the efficacy of it, and also what are we doing in the city, in the proposed ordinance within the city, as a follow-up to identify if it's working, and do we have a benchmark, and do we have subsequent ways to test somehow test how these things are working? I know it's sort of vaporous and vague in terms of testing, but how do you test that these things are working?
All right. So first of all, we do know from both reports of participants and social psychological research about the fact that implicit bias training can be successful. Police professionals, I mentioned they come in often very defensive, and we end up getting, and many other training programs too, get really strong reviews. And what we get when we ask them is, I'm going to use this. This is going to impact my professional life. I also like the fact that they say this is going to impact me as a human. But in addition to trainees' own reports, there is a significant and growing body of social psychological research showing that implicit bias training impacts attitudes, intentions, and behavior. And councilperson, this has been conducted with various audiences, various types of groups. And this research documents that in implicit bias trainees, compared to members of a control group, increased bias awareness and concern about discrimination, it produces in those IB trainees, implicit bias trainees, increased bias awareness and concern about discrimination, increased motivation to behave in a bias-free manner, and intention to use bias-reducing and bias-managing techniques. And then, of course, most importantly, there are studies that document reductions in bias behavior as a result of this training. As one example, researchers have documented the greater hiring of women and minorities in the university departments that receive implicit bias training compared to those that do not. Now, as I mentioned, this research has been conducted on various types of training audiences. There are several forthcoming evaluations of implicit bias training for law enforcement. And we expect and hope those studies will document the changes I described above to officers' attitudes and beliefs. We hope it shows they are committed to using bias management techniques. I would like to find that supervisors embrace their role of supervising to promote fair and impartial policing. But I do want to throw out one cautionary note, because of course the big question is, does it impact behavior? And that is what we want to know. Unfortunately, social science can't answer every question we ask of it. And even a well-done study with strong methodology, it's going to be incredibly challenging to measure changes in bias behavior. I've spent figure out how to measure that. I'm not sure we have it. So we're not going to have all the answers we want, but that is some of the evaluations that has been done and that we expect.
Well, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. Mr. Bennett, you always speak about metrics. Do you have anything to add on that in terms of metrics and how we might be evaluating our progress in this area?
I'm not sure Chief Bennett is still on the line.
How about Chief Dugan?
Oh. If necessary, we can get a report back. You're basically just asking Councilman Dingfelder if we have any research effectiveness of the training, correct?
But yeah, research. Do we have any proposed way to analyze our success in these programs as we proceed down, in the next X number of years? So, yeah, that's fine. Whenever this comes back to us for discussion or ordinance, I'd like somebody, either TPD or Chief Bennett or somebody, to talk to us about metrics and analysis, analyzing our progress. But thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. That's all.
Thank you, sir. All right, Councilman Carlson, would you like to say anything, or do you have any questions?
Yeah, just quickly, I was on the Charter Review Commission with several of my colleagues and Ms. Zellman and Mr. Massey. And I didn't bring up this issue, but the community came one night and asked us to include it in this implicit bias training. They had very specific suggestions on how to do it. And at the time, the head of the PBA was there and stood up and said, hey, don't single out the police. Let's make sure we cover, if you're going to do something, do it with all employees. And so that was the motion that I think Ms. Rivera said Michael Stevens maybe made. But this went forward to apply to all employees of the city. And then the charter amendment passed. Subsequently, we looked at how to codify this just to make sure that was happening. The activists who came and members of the community came out and spoke that night at the Charter Review Commission, contacted me and maybe others who were on the committee and said, why has this not been codified? Why is the kind of training we asked for not being put forward? And so my question or concern is really, I just want to make sure that the staff members dealing with this are talking to those members of the community who recommended it. And there was a recommendation that was mentioned that was sent to us by some of those members of the community. And I just want to make sure there's a dialogue with staff to try to address the concerns of the people who asked for this in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Citro. Councilman Citro.
Yes, I am.
All right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Comments
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank the USF professor that headed this workshop. She asked several questions of all the members, and one that impressed me the most is she said, "A show of hands, who here is biased?" And that made me turn and face myself. I'm glad, again, as my colleagues have mentioned, the work that the Charter Review Commission did, listening to the people, listening to the citizens on this. And I am glad to see that we are finally bringing this to fruition. Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councilman Miranda, if you have any comments or questions.
No, I do not. I went to the training, and I tell you what, that doctor who answered is fantastic.
Thank you very much, sir. And just to wrap up, again, I appreciate the presentation, and all this discussion regarding bias and implicit bias reminds me of a quote from the movie Apocalypse Now. And it says, "Judgment is what defeats us," or judgment defeats us. And we are here at this point because we judge others. But through that judgment, we can educate each other and learn about each other. And this is what this type of training is for. So we understand other cultures, understand other people, understand people in general, where we eliminate that word judgment from our vocabulary, and we emphasize the word understanding, so we can move forward together as human beings and as a society. And it's unfortunate that in these last several centuries, through slavery, through different types of discrimination, every generation has something, it seems, but through these types of trainings, we better educate ourselves. We learn, from one another. And as Councilman, Chair Pro Tem Citro just mentioned, when asked, about bias, he says, I looked around and I looked at myself, we're all guilty to some degree. Nobody is perfect, but we shouldn't feel that guilt. We should try to be better people and better human beings. And this is, exactly what we need and what we need to emphasize more. So people that don't understand, learn better about each other. And that's it. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. If there are no further comments, it is 12:21. We have a few more items to go. Would council members like to take a recess for lunch before we continue with the agenda, or would you like to move forward until we finish? We have about half of the agenda to go.
Mr. Chairman, John Dingfelder.
Go ahead.
I think you started out this meeting with a good idea that this would be a three-hour meeting. It's been a very good 3-hour meeting. We appreciate your leadership. I think I looked at the rest of the items, and I think they all could be reasonably deferred until the August workshop. I was contacted by somebody from legal staff that indicated that they were okay with that, and I guess they can chime in on that as well as the planners who might be on the phone. But I don't think there's any urgency on any of those. We couldn't carry those over to August 27th.
We have several items. One is discussing council going green, which I think is, beyond that, we have the workshops regarding Chapter 14, bonus densities, and the possibility of revising Chapter 27. Per Councilmember Dingfelder's comments, would council be okay with postponing to the August workshop? And I say that because earlier, if you noticed, Councilmember Carlson postponed one of the items for that discussion to September, which will take place with the CRB and police and everything. So we have that spot opened up, and that'll open up the day. Therefore, we can defer these items, which are item 3, 5, 6, and 7 to the August workshop. If we can get a motion.
I'll just do that. Yeah, I'll just do that in the form of a motion, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we have a motion to defer these items by council. Do we have a motion, Councilman Voter? Do we have a second to postpone items 3, 5, 6, and 7 to the August workshop?
Second.
All right, I believe that was Councilmember Booth. Any discussion on this? All right, hearing none, let's take a roll call vote. In turn.
Vieira.
Yes.
Booth.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Councilmember Dingsfelder being the maker of the motion and Councilmember Gould seconding the motion.
All right, before we continue, because we have new business, item number 8, were there any motions made regarding the session?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Mr. Chair, I couldn't hear.
And we have a little bit of an echo thing going on here. Councilman Vieira.
Can you go? I'm trying to clean this place out.
And everybody, please.
All right, Councilman Vieira, can you hear me? Go ahead and speak.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. No, I was just saying that I couldn't hear, and every time I speak, I'm echoed, which is weird. But that's fine. What was the question? That's what I was asking.
Mr. Chairman, may I interrupt? For the sake of the people, for the sake of the clerk, everybody mute your mic, don't pick up an echo.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, it seems like the echo is gone. Councilman Vieira, if you'd like to begin again.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. What question did you ask regarding implicit bias? That's what I was asking. I didn't hear that.
Are there any motions regarding item number 8 to be made by council members?
Well, yes, and I wanted to inquire, the ordinance is written, does this then contemplate implicit bias training being done by somebody outside of the city of Tampa? I wanted to confirm that, in whole or in part.
This is Andrea Zellman again. It does not specify that with regard to the law enforcement training. What we tried to do was capture what the city is doing now with the fair and implicit policing LLC by saying that any training will utilize, we have a curriculum, but we're going to change that to curricula consistent with that developed by the U.S. Department of Justice Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services or an equivalent program, and then we go into a little bit more detail about the type of subjects that have to be included. Obviously, we didn't think it would be appropriate to name a particular company in the ordinance, but we wanted to reflect the type of training that Dr. Friedel is now providing to TPD. We did not specifically contemplate an outside trainer. That's something that frankly raises some procurement issues. So I wanted to, my suggestion would be, that, again, we gave you this ordinance in draft form. We will do as some of you suggested, and talk to the folks at the Restorative Justice Coalition and any other interested parties. And also do a little bit more research into what would be involved with regard to hiring an outside trainer as opposed to doing it internally, and report back to you at the time we bring the ordinance to you on a regular agenda. At that point, we can again address those questions and also have had the discussions with the parties you wanted us to talk with. That was my thought.
And thank you, ma'am. And Mr. Chair, if I may?
Go ahead, sir. Yes, Mr. Vieira. Councilman Vieira.
Thank you. Yeah, I would then do a motion to have city staff and legal return to us following their internal and external discussions with an ordinance that would contemplate what we see here before us today, plus training done in whole or in part, and we can define the level of that to be done by some outside entity and agency. I understand there are procurement issues that would be relevant to that, but I do think that it's important when you take a look at a lot of these, a lot of civil rights and civil liberties organizations that put forth implicit bias training is done for local governments. A lot of times you always see that as something that is strongly recommended. Heck, I have a book, probably, I think I bought 25 years ago by the NAACP when Benjamin Hooks was their national president, I believe, that talks about implicit bias training, and specifically was for law enforcement. But one of the big things that it says is do it with some sort of an outside group so that it's not necessarily done internally. That way you get more, I think, positive work in that regard. So I would make a motion for that, and to have city staff and legal, following their discussions and other legal issues that could come and be relevant to this, return to us at a time that would be fine with the chair, as well as with, again, annual reporting once we pass this ordinance from the city, and we can do that whenever we pass it.
Seconds. Is there a specific date? I have September 3rd. We may need more time than that. Let's see here. We have a September 17th regular meeting.
I would ask Mrs. Zellman, how much time do y'all think y'all need?
Maybe a little bit more than that, and I also think it might be in council's interest. You're going to be very busy in September with a lot of land use as well as the city budget. So since this is a more meaty subject, you might want to wait until that process has been completed, and it would also give us more time as well. So thank you.
Yeah. Is mid-October good with you? Oh, and go, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Bellman, any date in October?
Whichever you choose.
Look here, I have to pull up I only have until end of September. Okay, I have the calendar here for October. We have a regular council meeting October 15th. How's that?
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion for October 15th from Councilman Vieira. Do we have a second?
Second, Dingfelder.
Second from Councilman Dingfelder. Let's take a roll call vote.
Vieira.
Yes.
Goods.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Councilmember Vieira being the maker of the motion and Councilmember Dingfelder seconding the motion.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any other motions or discussion for item number 8?
Mr. Chair?
Councilman Goods.
This for Ms. Zellman. Again, I talked about the word first responder, and we keep saying law enforcement because of DOJ and other issues, but my question is, how are we categorizing fire? I still didn't hear how we're categorizing it.
So thank you, Councilman Goods. I know the Restorative Justice Coalition did want to include fire and police together as first responders. What we found, however, was the type of training that the law enforcement officers are doing, and it has been recommended that they do, is so much more extensive than what, even fire does and all the other city employees, that it just made sense to us to have a special category for law enforcement and keep Tampa Fire in the same group as all the other city employees. If that's something you would like us to look at again before we bring it back, whether we should, in some way distinguish Tampa Fire, that's something we can look at. Right now, though, they do just simply train the same way other city employees train, other than the law enforcement officers.
I'm not going to make a motion, but I would like you to look into that. I still think they're public servants, they're first responders, they're out there with the public as well. And when you talk about a regular city employee, they're still not doing the same as, per se, a first responder. So I need to look at that. And I'm just raising that question because, you know, I've had some concerns that have come up, and I just want to make sure that every department, we're making sure that we're addressing all means for every department. I just think that fire should be kind of included because of our first responders. It's a higher.
All right, thank you very much. All right. Thank you, sir. Any other council members? No? All right, thank you very much. Councilman Vera made his motion. Councilman Goods discussed. That concludes our agenda because we postponed the other items. And we now go to information reports and new business by council members. Just a reminder, we will not be taking any motions tonight at our 6 p.m. So if you have any motions to make today, now is the time to do so. We will start down the line with Council Member Miranda. If you have any new business or any motions.
None, sir. None. Appreciate very much, Mr. Chairman. None.
Thank you very much. Councilman Citro, do you have anything today?
Mr. Chair, please bear with me. Yes, I move a request by the Planning Commission setting a plan amendment adoption hearing for TA CP 20-18 and TA CP 20-20 on the evening of September 10th, 2020 at 5:01 p.m.
We have a motion from Councilman Citro. Do we have a second?
Second, Miranda.
Second from Councilman Miranda. Roll call vote.
Vieira,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes, and if there's more of these, let's bundle them.
All right,
Miranda.
Councilman Citro, go ahead.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Councilmember Citro being the maker of the motion and Councilmember Miranda seconding the motion.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Citro, how many of these do you have?
I've got one more like this, and I've got 3 others.
All right, can we bundle the 3 others together and do this one separate, or are they all?
No, Mr. Chair, they're all different items.
Okay. All right.
I hope that's all right with council.
Yeah, go ahead. Just, we'll get it done. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate that. Next one, I move a request for Planning Commission setting a plan amendment adoption hearing for TA CPA 19-18 AG, TA CPA 19-21, TA CPA 20-11, TA CPA 20-13, TA CPA 20-14, TA CPA 20-15, TA CPA 20-16, TA CPA 20-17, TA CPA 20-19, and the planning amendment transmittal hearing for TA CPA 20-12 on the evening of September 24th, 2020 at 5:01 p.m.
Second.
Do we have Second from Councilman Miranda. Roll call vote.
Sierra,
Yes.
Boots,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Petro,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Mr. Chair, if I
Thank
may
you.
proceed.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. I move for staff from Tampa Police Department, Code Enforcement, and any other department or agency responsible for reporting of enforcement of the mayor's executive order requiring face masks at businesses, Executive Order 2020-30, to report for an update on enforcement. The report should include, but not limited to, daily accounts of number of warning issues, number of citations issued, number of reports of non-compliance since the issuance of the executive order. The report should also include an explanation of how these departments are responding to numerous photos appearing online via social media of non-compliant business. Mr. Chair and council members, there are bar owners that are complaining because they are shut down, but yet they start seeing all these other so-called bars operating, and they do not feel that it fits the description of this ordinance.
Second.
I'm here, Sully.
This is Andrea Zellman. Did we lose the chair, and also was there a?
Here, go ahead. Go ahead with the roll call vote. We had a motion from Councilman Citro, second from Councilman Miranda. Go ahead with the vote.
Sierra,
Yes.
Boots,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Petro,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Councilmember Petro being the maker of the motion and Councilmember Miranda seconding the motion.
All right, Councilman Citro, you have more?
Yes, I do. Thank you. May I proceed, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I move that staff report to City Council on September 3rd on how our virtual proceedings have progressed and how and can, when City Council return to in-person physical quorum for quasi-judicial meetings in the event that the governor does not extend his executive order after September 1st. We were held in, that's the end of my motion, but Mr. Chair and council members, we were held in limbo as to whether or not he was going to extend his executive order past August 1st. That's the reason for my motion. Mr. Chair, if you could also ask the council members, yes or no, if they will commit to doing physical quorums for quasi-judicial in the future, should that occur.
Second, Miranda.
Okay. We have a motion from Councilmember Citro with a second from Councilmember Miranda. Roll call vote.
Question on the
Mr. Chair,
motion.
point of order. Point of order.
Question on the motion, Dan Carter.
Councilman and Councilman Goode.
Who did you recognize? I'm sorry.
Councilman Dingfelder first, and then Councilman Goode, I believe I heard. So Councilman Dingfelder, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm totally confused on the motion itself, especially the second part. where he's looking for a commitment from council to appear at some future meetings when we have no idea what the status of the COVID situation is going to be. Last week, we got a report and a suggestion from Dr. Holt that we continue to monitor the COVID situation and wait for the numbers to go down and the percentages go down before we make any additional commitment as a body. So I have no idea what the intent of the motion is.
All right, Councilmember Goods.
I'm a little concerned on that. I'm really confused. I just got a phone call to my dear friend, a city employee, dear friend. Her sister just passed this disease, and I don't understand it. I don't understand the maker of that motion as it relates to a commitment for council. The numbers are rising still, and the deaths are rising within the city. So I just need more clarification. But I can tell you at this point, any in-person meeting, I will not be responding to.
Thank you very much. Councilman Citro, regarding the motion.
Mr. Chair, I have had many people call me, email me that are within the planning and land use within our city that want to go back to virtual, physical quorum, quasi-judicial meetings so that we can expedite them. I've also had contact with legal, and what I'm asking on September 3rd is just to report how these virtual meetings are are being handled so that we can get a firm grasp on how this is working. The second part, the question I have, is now been answered by 2 council members saying that they don't want to meet in a physical quorum. However, at last week's meeting, I only heard from Councilman Miranda and myself and Councilman Vieira on who would be willing to come for a physical quorum. We can go into a hybrid, but my question is just who will commit to being there for a physical quorum, much like what was requested for tonight's meeting. So what I'm asking for is for staff to report on September 3rd on how our virtual meetings are progressing, and then just up or down, if you are willing to come in for physical quorum in the future for quasi-judicial meetings. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, having that clarification, this is for a staff report for September 3rd. Any other discussions or comments from any council members?
Yeah, motion to amend them, or modify the motion, or motion for a substitute motion, either way. Mr. Citro, I have no problem with the first part of your motion. I think it's well intended, and I'd be glad to vote in favor of it for a report from staff on September whatever as to where we are in the process. I'd ask you to bifurcate your motion into 2 separate motions, and that way we can vote on the second motion, because I'm not aware of any crystal ball that you have, Mr. Citro. If you can tell me what the COVID numbers are going to be September 3rd, then I'll be glad to commit one way or the other. But without those numbers, you get no commitment whatsoever. So I just think it's unfair to ask us to bundle those 2 motions.
Mr. Dingfelder, Councilman Dingfelder, if I may clarify, I only have one motion. The other was just a request for Mr. Chair to ask who would commit. That wasn't a second motion.
Well, it's part of this. You're making it part of the same motion. So I would ask you to bifurcate that into 1 motion and 1 request.
Well, I am not disagreeing. Yes, I kind of am disagreeing with you, Councilman Dingfelder. I had finished my motion, and then I requested that the chair just confirm who would be willing. It wasn't a motion. It was just a question.
Okay, so your motion very simply is September report.
3rd, yes, for a report on how these virtual meetings are going, and when and if we could return to quasi-judicial in-person quorums. In the event that our governor doesn't renew his executive order on September 1st.
All right, now we have a request for a staff report for September 3rd regarding Councilman Citro's motion. Do we have a second to that?
Second.
We have a second from Councilman Miranda, and roll call vote.
Vieira.
I want to explain, sorry to be wordy. and thank you for that. I vote yes on this, with the idea that we're merely going to have a report on this. Many, many different things can change from week to week, from month to month. So I do this as carrying forward a report, and there you go.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Councilmember Citro being the maker of the motion and Councilmember Miranda seconding the motion.
Anything else, Councilman Citro?
Yes, just one last thing, Mr. Chair, and I thank you very much. Staff wanted me to restate my motion for, I believe it is the September 24th meeting of file number E 2019-8. Transportation Department is requesting that I restate a motion that was made, my addition to a motion that was made by Councilman Carlson. And the reason why I want staff to appear and answer for that is because of density within the city of Tampa. One day we're going to have to look at parking changes. And I would like to see how they're going to decide how parking changes are going to be on public right-of-way streets within neighborhoods, whether it be one side of the street or the other. And I hope that I made that understandable.
All right. That's just for clarification. You actually need a motion on that.
No, I believe that's just for clarification, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Anything else, Councilman Citro?
No, thank you very much for my long-windedness.
Thank you very much. Councilman Carlson.
Yes, just to answer or respond to Councilman Citro's comments just now. I've had calls from the real estate industry. Some people are very in favor of having virtual meetings and some are against having virtual meetings. And my advice to them is to talk to the legal department and try to work that out. I would rather not have in-person meetings, not just for the safety of city council members, but for staff and members of the public who have expressed concerns about coming out. If legal, after reviewing everything, finds that we must have in-person meetings to keep the economy moving forward, then I will be one that will show up, as I will tonight. One other thing is that I've been approached by the Friends of Tampa Union Station. They've informed me that Amtrak has stopped their, I think it was daily service to Tampa and to Union Station. And they would like us to pass a resolution asking Amtrak to bring that service back. I've taken their draft motion and given it to Marty Shelby. And by this, I will ask him to circulate it so that we can bring it up for a vote next week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Anything else?
Not for me, thank you.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Nothing today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Goods.
Nothing today, sir.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. Just one quick motion, if I may. I motion for a staff report on adding an additional spirit program to Parks and Recreation for children with special needs. I had done some internal inquiries on this issue, and there is only one program operated at one location right now from the city, from what I was told. I would ask that the city consider other locations, additional staff, and further improvements to these locations that house these programs to accommodate those with special needs, and in particular during summer for summer programs. So I'm doing this early because if you're raising a child with autism or cerebral palsy and intellectual disability, quite often you're precluded, in effect, from a lot of our summer camp programs, ours, I mean, throughout the community. And I think that it's important for the city to take a stance on with regards to inclusion. It'll cost extra money, but I think we all agree, money well spent. So I would request that a report come back in that regard, if I may, Mr. Chair, and we can do this in October. That's fine.
Okay, let me look at the October calendar.
Or whatever is your will. Oh, dear Mr. Chair.
October 15th.
There you go.
All right, we have a motion from Councilman Vieira. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Who was that, Goods?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. We have a roll call vote now.
Rivera,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Carlson, Carlson, Councilmember Carlson, are you on the line still? Maniscalco?
Yes.
Motion carried with Councilmember Carlson having technical issues.
All right. Councilman Pierre, anything else?
And no motions, I just wanted to say two things. First off, I don't know if he's on the line. I was going to be going to this evening's Tampa City Council for the very short meeting, and I have, with the weird COVID things that we have going on and people not being able to be at certain places, a conflict here with my young 13-year-old son, and Councilman Carlson actually stepped up to take my place tonight. So even though he's not here, I found that out yesterday. So I just wanted to publicly acknowledge that and thank Councilman Carlson for his professional courtesy. And to you, Mr. Chair, thank you for running the meeting so well and for your leadership. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just to wrap up, I just would like to wish my mother a happy birthday. She's a big fan of our show. Watching. Can't tell you how old she is, but we don't count past 39. And that's that. But also, in regard to COVID-19, there was a gentleman in our community, I'm not going to say any names, who recently passed away that was beloved by many and very well known with COVID-19 complications. And even during this meeting, we have, I saw that Herman Cain, who was a past presidential candidate from a couple years ago, who passed away. Again, they're saying COVID-19. So it's affecting a lot of people. It's very spread out, and we see that we have to take safety as number one. I just wanted to mention that, that we're not out of the woods. We see the cases coming in. I monitor, as we all get the reports, the state is averaging between 9,000 and 10,000 cases a day. The numbers fluctuate here in the city of Tampa and in the Hillsborough County, and deaths continue to keep adding up. So we have to take this very, very seriously. I do have a motion. Let me pull it up here. And this is a request from the Chief of Staff. We have the departmental briefings that we had to cancel from the June 18th meeting. And the Chief of Staff asked that we reschedule those sometime before the first budget public hearing on September 3rd. We have he's requesting two hours here. And then we can look at adding an additional meeting, possibly the week of August 10th, 13th. We could do maybe Monday, August 10th, or Tuesday, August 11th, between like 9 and 11 o'clock. This is, of course, virtual. 9 to 11, 10 to 12, 2 to 3, or 1:30 to 3:30. I can go ahead and make the motion that we schedule these 2 hours of departmental briefings for Monday, August 10th, let's say 9 to 11. This, of course, will be virtual. Councilman Citro, I pass the gavel to you to make this motion. These are just departmental briefings, again, by request of the staff, for June 18th cancellation. That's my motion for August 10th, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco. Do we have a second?
Second by Dingfelder.
We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Dingfelder. Roll call, please.
Vieira,
Yes.
Booth,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson, Citro,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Chair Maniscalco being the maker of the motion and Councilmember Dingfelder seconding the motion, with Councilmember Carlson having technical issues.
Thank you very much.
Maniscalco, I hand you back the gavel.
Thank you very much. A motion to receive and file, anyone?
So moved.
Second.
have a motion from Councilman Miranda to receive and file, and a second from Councilmember Goods. Roll call.
Viera,
Yes.
Booth,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson, Citro,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Councilmember Miranda being the maker of the motion and Councilmember Good seconding the motion, and Councilmember Carlson absent that vote.
All right, thank you very much. We are adjourned. We will be back in a hybrid fashion at 6 p.m. this evening. Remember, there are no motions this evening. Just says to open and have this brief meeting, so 6 p.m. tonight. Thank you very much for adjourning.